you know. It's always a good thing to be alive, right? Anyway, I hope everybody had a good week. So let's say hello to everybody and find out who got the cookie. And it looks like Gerald Stewart got the cookie. All right, Gerald. Good to see you in here and enjoy that cookie. And who got the half cookie? Looks like Hot Dog Pilot Andy. Andy, good to see you in here. Enjoy that half cookie. Unfortunately, GRE 2057, all he got was the crumbs. Anyway, good to see you in here, GRE. And we also have Dundas Junction Model Railroad, James. Good to see you here. John Nippenberg, hey, he's finally here. John, good to see you, man. Glad you're here. And Tom Grassy, Tom, good to see you. Watched your video today, by the way. Looking good. Looking real good. Let's see who else. Schuylkill River Valley, John, how's it going? Good to see you here. Let's see. Chuck Shriver, hey Chuck, good to see you. Yeah, we're just scrolling. P&L Railroader, hey, still got the same name for more than a week. Thomas, good to see you here. How long will this one last? Let's see, who else we got here? Anfield Road Layout in the Loft, Lee. How's it going, man? I see you're going to watch the replay later. That's cool. And we're still on. Raymond Anthony, 127. Ray, how's it going? Good to see you here. And we're still scrolling. A lot of scrolling. It looks like everything here. And Dundas Junction James says, remember, this is a train channel. Like I need a reminder. Hey, and Dwight Curley, how you doing, Dwight? Good to see you here, man. Alright, well, let's see. Oh, it's still scrolling here. Hey, Tom's Training Things. Tom, how's it going? Good to see you. Hope you're getting a well-deserved rest from all those roofing stuff you've been doing. Let's see here. Anybody else? Yeah, that's a possibility, Tom. One never knows. Alright, well, I've been busy getting some stuff done in here. Not a lot, but I have actually done some things. It's been a crazy week because, you know, life gets in the way of the train room sometimes, but my wife is fostering cats and kittens. So we have a mama cat and 4 kittens. And the mama cat had to be taken, was it yesterday? It was yesterday. Had to bring her in to get her fixed. Then I had to go back today to get medications for her hookworm. It's always something, isn't it? And then I think the kittens go in next month, one at a time, to get spayed and neutered, so that's always fun. So I had that going on, and of course, you know, other duties of the house that had to be taken care of. Hey, Stormy Sky Productions, how you doing, Steve? Good to see you here. I'll tell you what, well, you guys are just rambling on here, man. Anyway, so in between all that, I did get some time in the train room and got a few things accomplished, sort of. Well, I'm working on things anyway. So I've been stringing wire. I got all the holes drilled on the upper level for the bus lines. So the holes are drilled, the horizontal hose for the bus lines and the vertical hose for the feeders. Now, I didn't start with the feeders yet. That'll come soon enough. That's going to be a time-consuming ordeal, no doubt. But I figured I should probably start stringing the wires, so I did. And as you can see here, let's see, this one here, you can see where I stopped. I still got to finish stringing them further down. This is on the east side, or the same side that I'm sitting on. The other side is all strung for the two bus lines anyway. So we're getting there. You can see here, this is where it starts. This is on the west side. You see I've got the two bus wires in, the red and the black for the DCC. So we're starting anyway. Now, I still got to string the power wires. That's for the 12 volt. And I'm using 18 gauge wire for that. The bus lines are 14 gauge. So I've got the red and I got the black. Now this is 40 foot each of these. I don't know if it's going to go all the way around or not. I may have to, tie into it for this piece over here. We'll have to wait and see. I said it's going to be close. The only thing I've really got, I've got a couple of things that lights mainly on the locomotive machine shop that has the power doors and the lights. And I think that's really... I might put some other lights in maybe some yard lights or something. I'm not sure yet. But like I said, there's going to be a lot of electrical up top. Try and get some stuff, Am I missing any of the chat here? Probably. It's nice out now in the middle 60s. Started out in low 40s this morning. Holy shit. Wish we had temperatures that low. We had a thunderstorm with lightning this morning. Set a barn on fire. Well, damn. That's not good. Dwight said it was 46. He's up in Illinois, I believe. Man, it must be nice. We get down to like 73 in the morning and overnight. But during the day, we're still looking at 90s and thereabouts. Hey, the Gigliotis, Ray, how you doing? Good to see you here. And of course, we had a major downpour a little earlier, about an hour or so ago. It rains there all the time, it seems like. It's either rain or sweltering heat. Take your choice. Now, we're supposed to be getting a cold front. Actually, the whole country is. We'll get some of it. I don't know how much of it, but I'm hopeful. I could really use a break on the air conditioners with the electric bill, It's a little rough. So anyway, back to what I was saying. And plus I went to Tractor Supply. I think it was Monday or Tuesday. I don't remember which day now. Yeah, exactly, John, always. Yeah. I went to Tractor Supply, and I have credit with them, So I just couldn't help myself. I had to buy a few things. Things I really needed, though, for the train room. So one of the most important things, I go through drill bits left and right. And they had this here for $20. You get a pretty good selection of drill bits. It's 130 pieces. And it has, the smallest is 1/32, 1/16, 5/64, 3/32, 7/64, 1/8, 9/64, 5/32, 3/16, 7/32, 15/64, 1/4 inch, 5/16, and 3/8. Now I have a couple of 3/8 bits that I never use because I generally don't need one that big. Or if I do need a big one, I've got much larger ones for, like cutting the holes underneath buildings for the lighting terminal. But for $19.99, this wasn't a bad set, so I've already used a couple of bits out of it because I ring out bits left and right because I'm not buying expensive stuff. If I did, they'd probably last a little while. But I was drilling the holes for the bus lines. In a couple of places I wasn't paying attention and hit the screws that are holding the wood together, Well, you hit those deck screws with a drill bit, it wipes out the bit. I mean, it don't drill anymore. So, like I said, it's a little rough on the stuff, but it is what it is. So I got that, and then I got a 3-piece blade set. I had one of these, and I can't find it to save my life. It's got interchangeable blades on it. And they're handy to have for, cutting foam, cardboard, you name it. That was the main reason I got that. And, of course, it comes with the retractable blade here. These are always handy, especially for cutting the foam. Because you can go deep enough to cut, the 1-inch all the way through. And a slightly smaller one. It's pretty stiff. And like I said, these things are handy to have. And I think that was $14 for the 3 of them, plus 3 packages of blades to go with them. So I've got the big blades for the foldable, extra blade, I don't know what you call it, refills for the big one, and then one for the small one. And so, I mean, there's a lot of blades there. It was a pretty good deal for $14. I said, you know what, I'm going to get it. And then, of course, I got that wire. Wire got expensive, man. Yeah, thanks. Good. It's a good box cutter for sure, John. And I got this little jewel here. And this is great for shrink tubes and stuff like that. Well, you can see the flame there. There you go. And it's refillable butane. And I think this was $9.99, $10. So I figured, what the hell, right? It was a good deal because I needed one of those. I used to have one that I bought from Snap-on way back in the day when I had my repair shop. I don't know what the hell happened to it, and it was expensive. And it's gone. Hair trimmer. Yeah, you could use this one, James. It might be a little painful. So I got that, and of course I got this was like $3. Butane refill. That's funny because they got the Spanish transition on it. Butane or butano. Must have took them a long time to come up with that word, huh? Hey, it's butano. That's the funny thing about Spanish. They have a lot of words that are very similar to English, Yeah, a little bit there, Tom. I mean, I don't go nuts often, but when I do, I have fun, because I don't really have a lot of money to play, but yeah, skin etching. Yeah, I guess you can do it with that. Once again, though, it might be a little painful. What's that, Andy? No habla inglés. Yeah, well, here we habla inglés all the time. Because, we just don't do the Espanol shit. But yeah, so I got, what, did I get anything else? No, I think that was it. I spent like $80. Oh yeah, I did get another bag. This was the main reason I went. To get the big bag of pepperoni. Or the pogo snack as I like to call it. Pogo loves these things. I buy a bag a month. They were on sale too. They're regular $27. Yeah, they're expensive. It was on sale for $19.99. So shit. I'm just gonna go ahead and get it, you know. So basically, I spent. I think it was $112 I spent all together, and I got. Well, what I just showed you, which I don't know if that's a great deal or not, but it is. That light up your peace pipe, Jim? Oh, this one here. Hardly a peace pipe. Got a little safety on the back and everything. Pretty cool. I mean, it's got adjustable flame. Not that adjustable, though. In fact, don't look very adjustable at all. Oh, yeah, a little bit. Yeah, that would definitely fuck up your day. Well, that was a warm. Now it's got a button on the side where it can keep it on. Like if you're doing a lot of shrink wrappers. And that's what I mainly got it for. Was to do the shrink wrap and that sort of thing. Because I had a cigarette lighter, a Bic lighter, which is a pain in the ass. It gets hot. I burn my fingers. You know. And nasal hair remover. Yeah, you could use it for that, but I wouldn't recommend it. And don't inhale while you're doing it. Gerald says, I just came in from 45 minutes grilling chicken in 102-degree weather. Well, it sucks to be you, sir. I'm glad I wasn't out there doing that. How's the pup doing? Where'd he go here? There we go. Pup's doing great. Puggle, he's got the good life, so you know he can't complain about anything. Gee, did you need any heat? I'll tell you what, I sat out in the car when my wife went to pick up the cat that got fixed, right? They dicked around because we thought, you know, go there, in and out, a couple of minutes, so if y'all just wait in the car. I don't have air in the car. It was probably about 100 degrees outside, or at least it felt like it. And I was going to die out there. I finally, she come out, she said, well, they're not ready yet. Or, hey, well, you need to hurry up. I can't sit out here. She goes, well, come inside there. She says, I don't want to get out of the car. It was so hot that it would have been a major ordeal for me to walk the, I'd say it was probably about 25 yards to the door. I said, fuck that. You know, just tell them to hurry the fuck up. Well, she come back out the third time with the cat. She said, well, they need time to get the medication for the hookworm. I said, you know what? We'll come back tomorrow and get it. Fuck this. I'm getting ready to pass out over here. I gotta go home. I said, all right. So we got in the car. We went boom. Shot back to the house. I mean, I was like, you know. I mean, it was really starting to affect me. I was starting to get heat stroke or what. But I should have lost my train of thought. That's something Tom goes through a lot. I guess I go through it too. Finally got to the house. Man, I went right in the master bedroom. Flipped that air on, man. And had to, do a rapid cool down. And it took about 15 minutes for me to really cool down, It's like, damn, I can't be doing this shit, It's gotten to the point I just simply can't handle the heat. And I tell you what, I gotta have to get that damn air conditioner in the car fixed soon. I got a guy down in Naples said he could do it for $500. I'll supply all the components, which I have. The only thing I gotta buy is a Freon, but I've got a new compressor. I got filter dryer, the orifice tube. I got all that shit, All he has to do is change it out and we recharge it. I'll have air again. So I think probably I won't be able to get it done this summer. But next summer, I will have air conditioning in that car. I just can't do without it. Well, John says, I definitely can't handle the heat. I can't either, John. I said, I don't know how I did it years ago. Even after I had the stroke, I was helping out a friend. I was rewiring his hot rod. And he had this massive garage that wasn't air conditioned. We had a fan in there, but I mean, it got, I don't know, it was probably 105, 110 in there. And I'd be in that out there all day. I mean, he had a fridge with beer in it. I'd have one or two beers, you know. The beer doesn't really cool you down. But, I mean, I don't know how the hell I survived that. I couldn't do it now. I'd probably just drop dead right then and there, you know. And Tom says, "Yeah, Tom, I looked into that, and it's a scam. uh, it's basically just a fan, you know, a rechargeable fan. And I could just turn on the AC controls of the vent and basically do the same thing, but it's going to be warm air. So yeah, that was a big scam, and I tried to do research on it. And I couldn't find it anywhere, and I don't even know what it cost because the link you sent me didn't have a price on it. And I clicked on, you know, wherever I click on it, but nothing came up with a price anyway. But I looked at it, so there's no way that could actually give you cold air. It was too small. You gotta be careful of that stuff, man. But thanks for the thought anyway. James says our summer was very hot. It's hot down here too. I mean, it is every year though. Realistically, they're starting to tell the truth on the actual temperature. Well, they never did in the past. I mean, this is not anything new. It certainly isn't climate change. Like I said, I've seen temperatures as high as 113 down in Naples years ago, before any of this climate change crap came up. It just gets fucking hot, you know. I mean, we're in Florida. You expect that sort of. So this year it's almost as bad. I think the highest I've seen it here was like 106 or 107. You know, it was probably hotter downtown because of all the concrete and asphalt where I'm kind of in the shade here. But you know, my thermometer shows 107 in the shade. That's fucking hot. So you know, the good news is, John said we had a couple 100-degree days mid-June. Not that bad. Not bad since then. No, you're lucky. The good news is the Farmer's Almanac, if you guys are familiar with that, is predicting a very cold and wet Florida, and it's going to be below, even colder north of Florida, all the way up to, you know, Michigan and them places. You guys are going to have a brutal winter probably up north. But they're saying that Florida's going to be cold and wet, and I'm thinking, that's fine. I'm not a big fan of the rain, but, you know, the cold, absolutely. And I got a ton of firewood anyway. You know, Curtis. What the hell's his channel name? I can't remember now. You guys remember Curtis, and he's been bringing me firewood every now and then. He was getting ready to bring me another batch, and I called him. I says, "Curtis, I really don't need any more firewood. I got enough to last me like 5 years, man, and I'm running out of places to put it." So, but you know, he graciously did bring over a shitload of firewood. Plus, I got some of my own. We cut down some of the trees. I had 2 dead trees in my yard, and a couple of my neighbors. He cut them down. He says, you know, I'll cut them up for firewood, so I've got them curing. They're about a year old now. Hey, David Nish, how you doing? Good to see you here. So, you know, I got plenty of firewood for the fireplace, which is fine. And John said, Gerald, that would kill you. Gerald said, where did it go? Our hottest year for me was 99 days in a row over 100 degrees. That would be rough. And John said that would probably kill me. That would probably kill me too, John. As I said, you know, there's just no way. And people are going, well, you idiot, why are you living in the South for? Well, where else am I going to go? You know, I don't like the cold either, really. I mean, the only good place to live, the perfect weather, is Southern California, but who the fuck wants to live there? So, uh, but what, it's like 72 year round over there? Southern California? Never rains or anything? No idea, but Stormy says, Steve says, what was it? Steve says, sick of the heat and humidity all summer long with Canadian wildfire smoke at times. Finally cooled down and very nice out now. 60s and low 70s for highs in southeast Wisconsin. Yeah, it's not too bad. Like I said, at night here it's not bad at all, but it doesn't come in my house, so I still have to run the air conditioning, which really sucks. Sean says, where the hell they go? South Carolina is too fucked up. Yes, it is. Like I said, there's no way in hell I'd live there. Steve said, no, we got all the Canadian stuff this summer when the northwest winds would kick in. Oh, yeah, because that must have been rough, though, when they had that. They still have the fires going up there, don't they? I mean, you don't hear too much about it now, but I don't know what the hell's going on. Well, it's Canada, what the fuck. James said, Steve, my cousin almost lost his house in Newfoundland. Yeah, I'll bet. That was a pretty bad fire that they had there, but like you said, I don't know what happened there. Well, I always said it was probably arson. They always say, oh, it was a lightning strike or, bullshit. Yeah. I think there are people out there intentionally trying to screw things up in the name of climate change. But I could be wrong. Who knows? So what else did I do? That was it, really, that I've done there. That was a massive job, though, drilling them holes, and like I said, it was rough on my back, so I couldn't work that much. But like I said, I'm making progress. Not a lot, but something. Oh, I did do this. I 3D printed 15 of these, and these are the brackets for the servos to control the turnouts. The turnouts up on the second level. So they put your servo in here, and this will mount up against the fascia. I don't have a fascia I can show you, but so I printed 15 of them. That should be more than enough. I gotta find the servos. I don't know where the fuck they are. I've got the one. I know I've got at least 4 more. I'll have to buy some, obviously. But they're cheap enough. I mean, you can get like eBay has them. Like you can get 5 of them, 10 of them, 20 of them. They're like $2 or $3 each. They're not much, So I got to get some of those. I probably need more of the wires to connect them up for the power. I've got the switches here too somewhere. As I said, I've got stuff in drawers. It's not marked, any of it, so I just got to go rooting around. And if worst comes to worst, I'll buy new ones. But because I'd like to get those operational, hopefully in the next month or two. So, and once again, that's part of the reason why I've got the 12-volt bus line going along the whole bottom of the second level. That's going to provide power for all that stuff. So, and I'm going to have to get a good power supply too to run that, because I'm thinking probably a 5 amp power supply should be sufficient. Now, this wire will handle, I think these, what the hell would it say on there? It'll handle 13 watts, or no, 13 amps, 156 watts. Something 5 amps should be no problem. You know, to push through these wires. Don't have to worry about anything melting or catching fire, you know. Do I have trains running? No, I do not. The biggest problem I got right now is I need to clean the track. I mean, the outside main is sort of running. I've got some issues, some dead spots in there that I got to clean. The inside track is so dirty, there's just nothing will run on it. So I've got to get in there and really clean the shit out of it. Hopefully in the next few weeks I'll have trains running and do my little, 15 minutes before we go live or before I come on. You watch the trains running around. I'm still messing with the cameras too. And here's where I'm at with the cameras. This is the main one. This is what I call the panoramic camera. I got no tunnel cam. Here's the east cam. I've got no doodle cam. Here's the west cam. And the collage, I got one cam. So I'm still having issues. The problem is not with the cameras. It's with the motherboard and the computer. About 4 hours ago, I ordered a new motherboard. My wife graciously donated $100 toward it. It was supposed to be $159. I got it at Newegg. It's a gaming board. It's a little bit better than what I have in here now. Actually, it's a lot better. And for some reason, Newegg gave me a $40 discount. So it wound up only costing me like $118. Free shipping, so it'll be here on the 8th. I'm going, yeah. So when I get it, of course, I have to install it, and most of my stuff, well, actually all my stuff will travel. I have the Ryzen 3000 series chip. It's a 6-core. That'll transfer on the new motherboard, no problem. I've got the 32 gig of RAM. That'll transfer as DDR4. That'll cross over. Of course, my 8 meg video card will also transfer over. So, and it has actually, it comes with 7 USB ports on the card, on the board, which is more than the 5 I got on this one. Plus, there'll still be 2 up front as well. So you'll have 9 USB ports. 9 USB ports altogether. And plus, I still have the was it a 7 USB powered hub and a 4 USB powered hub. So we should be good to go. Oh, thanks, John. Yeah, like I said, the cameras are fine if you can get them working. Because I think altogether I got 7 or 8 cameras, potentially. But I keep having issues with the USB ports on the computer. They either lock up or they quit all. I've got one's completely dead. And another one I think is going dead. So I said, well, it's time for a new motherboard. It's 5 years old anyway. I built this computer right after we moved up here. So it's time, and I'm also going to add memory to it, and I've got an M.2 SSD in there, a memory card. I believe it's a 1 terabyte. But I've also got a 2 terabyte conventional drive, the old mechanical drive. I'm going to throw on there, so I'll have a total of 3 terabyte for storage. Because I constantly have to back up the stuff onto a 2 gig backup drive because I keep filling it up. Problem is now I'm running out of room on the backup, so Yeah, well, they can be, James. Like you said, Uh, it depends on the computer, I think, more than anything else, you know. That's why I bought the board in here. It's an Aorus from Gigabyte. It's a good board, but it's not exactly a gaming board. And when I built it, I didn't figure I would have all these cameras and shit, so I didn't spend I mean, I could have spent more money. I had it at the time, you know. I think I built this computer for around 700, somewhere around there. I've got I think it's an 850 watt power supply in there, which is more than sufficient. And you know, it's high quality stuff. But I built it for what I thought I would need, and I was wrong. So this time I bought a gaming board. It's an Aorus again from Gigabyte, but it's like 5 steps up. So I says, all right, I like that one. I'm going to buy it. You know, it doesn't have a lot of frills on it. I don't need the frills, you know. This one I got now has got all kinds of LED lights and shit in there, you know, make it look pretty. I don't need none of that shit. You know, I need it to work. So, so hopefully when that comes in next week, that'll be here Monday, the 8th. Of course, I'm finally going in to get my pacemaker check on the 8th, too. Things always hit at the same time. As soon as I get it and get through with the doctors, I'll be putting it in there. It'll probably take me a whole day to switch over because I got to reload. Now I got to make sure it was capable of handling Windows 10, even though it's Windows 11 certified. So I actually could put 11 in there if I wanted it, but between you and me, I'm going to wait for 12 to come out. Fuck 11. 11 reminds me too much of Windows 8, and Windows 8 was a big piece of shit. So I'm just going to wait for 12. I saw some of the previews of 12, which I don't know when it's coming out. Microsoft won't say. And I'll go right to 12. And like I said, unless, of course, I have too many problems with, you know, because like, they got sued, I guess. Microsoft did. Because they were going to end support when, I think, in November this year. And they got sued over it, and they lost. So now they have to support it, I think, for another 5 years or something. That's fine by me, you know. And what did James say there? What is he going to do? He says, stormy sky, I'm thinking about building a gantry above my layout for one kid. Oh, that'd be cool. That would be really cool. Just have it run around. Or rotate or whatever. I thought about doing something like that too. Having an overhead cam on a swivel. So it can, so I can, you know, manually sort of manually rotate it to follow the train, which would be cool. I mean, multiple cameras are nice, but you know, it'd be nice to have different options for watching the trains. Tom says that's why I went with Ethernet cams. No need to worry about USB ports. Well, they got the Ethernet cams, and they got HDMI cams too. Either way, I'd have to get a hub, whether it be an Ethernet hub or an HDMI hub, and of course the software that goes with it. And I actually thought that's what I might wind up doing, you know. But if I can get these to work, I'm not going to. If I have problems after this, after the new board goes in, I'll probably slowly start switching over to either Ethernet or HDMI. I think Tom's Train, I think he's using all HDMI. So, like I said, it is a better way to go without a doubt. Now you can get USB cables all the way up to 50 foot. They're not cheap. They're called powered cables. I have 4 of them here actually. No, I've got 5 of them actually. I've got 3 of them in use, and I have 2 extras that I got from Tom Grassi. and they're not 50 foot. I think they're 30 foot, something like that. But I know the three that I bought, I paid like $45 each for them. They aren't cheap, but they do work. Because otherwise, you're limited to, I think it's 6 foot on a USB cable, unless it's powered. I don't know what they do. There's some circuitry in there that makes it powered. I don't know how it works, but I see 25. Oh, it's an active USB cable. There you go. Yeah, they're up to 50 foot, John, from what I've seen. But like I said, they're not cheap. Well, you call it the vomit cam. That's the one you put on your high-speed passenger rail. That would be the vomit cam, you know. James says most cameras are 1/4x20. T-Track is 1/4x20. Oh yeah, for your adapter on the bottom. Yeah, it's standard for most cameras. Camcorders, still cameras, everything. James should have two 20-foot. I assume their USB cords one refused to work. Well, they do break, or they wear out, and of course that's always a problem as well. And the best thing to do with those is mount them permanently where they don't flex or bend. You got to be careful with them. Like you said, if you bend one, you could break it internally somehow. Tom goes, only problem with HDMI cables, you need another power source like a computer or TV, but the TV only lets you look at one HDMI port at a time. Maybe, I don't know. I'll have to ask Tom, the other Tom, about that, because he does picture-in-picture, and he does multiple cameras too. I'll have to ask him how he set up, because I'm not sure. Like I said, I have the Ethernet, the one that's powered, the hub. I've got a brand new one sitting in the box. I don't know where I got it from. I bought it somewhere. Unless I got a good deal on it, but it's got 4 ports on it, and you can run 4 Ethernet cameras on it. T-Track uses toilet bowls. I have no idea. And John says, what if you toggle between HDMI ports using... I guess you could. You know, well, like I said, I don't know if you could do multiples, though, because when I'm running the trains, like, you know, I've got my collage, I call it, where I'm running... I presumably want to run 4 cameras simultaneously. That's where I'd have to be able to do that, you know. Like I said, I don't know. I'll have to see. Some of this shit it gets a little complicated, you know. Let's see. Steve said Jenny's just about home, so you have to get going. Have a great... All right. Well, thanks for popping in, Steve. You can always watch the replay later if you like. Anyway, have a good weekend and be safe, and we'll see you next time. And Dave says he'll hold down the fort. That's cool. There you go. Tom just kicked in there. He says, I have a Blackmagic HDMI card that can handle 4 video cameras. See, there you go. I knew it could be done. Like I said, I know you have to... Is that an internal card, Tom, or an external? Not that it would make a difference, but... I had a feeling that they had something like that. I said there's more than one way to skin a cat, right? uh, like I said, if I have too many more problems with the USB cameras, then yeah, I will probably start changing over to something else. You know. Oh. What did Tom say there? Grace said, Jim, my JMRI laptop in the training room has one HDMI port, and I have another USB to HDMI adapter. That way I have 3 monitors on the... Oh, okay. Yeah, well, my video card can handle, 3 monitors. I'm using 2 right now. The main one, of course, and then the little one here for the that I use for the chat. Oh, here you go, Tom, and the other Tom. Too many Toms in here. He says internal. I have a UTUA tap. External that will hold 1 cam. Okay. Yeah, I figured it would be internal. Would be more reliable. That's an AGA U-tap. Okay. Let's not get too fucking complicated here. Like I said, there's always a way. There's always a way to do things, And Gerald said Sparky's cameras are wireless. Yeah, they're probably Bluetooth, I'd imagine. They have those as well. Like I said, I don't know. For some reason, Bluetooth doesn't work well in here. Because my computer's Bluetooth. Both the desktop and laptop are Bluetooth capable. So, And Tom Grassi said, Jim, that Blackmagic card is an internal card and it costs around $600. Oh, I know it's not cheap. Hell, nothing that works is cheap. Yeah, of course, I might be able to find a used one too, about half that price. James says, Tom Grassi trying to keep within my budget, 0. Yeah, well, that's where my budget's at right now too. But, look, sometimes you just got to spend the money. I mean, it is what it is. As much as I hate doing it, believe me, I did not want to replace the motherboard in that computer. But I don't have a choice. I mean, it's failing, And one day I'm going to turn it on, nothing's going to happen, and then what? The fucking laptop isn't strong enough or, powerful enough to do a live stream with effectively. So, I mean, I'd be kind of screwed. I could move the microphone and the camera in the house and use the big computer, but it wouldn't be the same, so. There's an interesting one. Sparky has the Mevo cameras, about $1,000 for 3. Holy Christ. Well, he makes good money. He can afford it. I really can't afford that. John says, I don't have a big enough space for stationary cameras. That's true. Because you're on an O scale, right? If I remember correctly. Yeah, well, you could. I mean, the cameras are small enough. But it might be a little crowded, though, because I know your layout's not really big. Sparky got a deal, 3 cameras for $300 or $400. Okay. That's not too bad. Tom Gray says, Jim, I got 2 SV3C cams for a lot less than $600. Okay. Because, the USB cameras I got here are like, I mean, except for the main one, the Logitech, that I use as my main, you're looking at now. The rest of them, I think they were like $12 each. They were really cheap, And I got this one here that rotates this one here, because I don't have it set up right now to rotate, but it'll It's got facial recognition or some bullshit. I think that was $35, you know. So, I mean, you know. There. Now that's interesting. Mevo cameras don't work great with StreamYard Quest. Okay, well I don't use StreamYard, so that wouldn't be an issue, but John says, yep, oh. And Tom says, oh, Sparky's train money is why the electric bills are good. Yeah, probably. Hey, electric bills are brutal. I paid my bill today. It was $391 for last month, which wasn't as bad as the month before, which was $434. Like I said, we started kind of being mindful of what we're using now. And, you know, as things start cooling down, of course, the bill dropped down to around $200 thereabouts during the winter months, which is so much nicer. Because, you know, that cuts into my train money and whatever fun money I might need. So, that's not good. Andy, you taking off? All right, well, thanks for popping in, and have a good weekend. Be safe, and we'll see you next week. Get a good night's sleep, man. See you, tuna dog. This is my 910, 920, 922 cost me total $60 used. That's not bad. Well, I've got the 920 here, the main one. I bought it new. I think it was, shit, I think it might have been close to $90, I think. I don't remember exactly. It was under 100, but not much under. But I wanted to have a good camera for the main one. The other ones I didn't care. But I'll tell you what, you can't really tell the difference between a $90 Logitech or a $10 no-name. I mean, not really. Check it out. Let's see, which one is this one here? That's a $10 camera you're looking at. That's not bad at all. And what happened over here in my laptop anyway? What the hell? There we go. How that happened. That was weird. So, you know, honestly, that's not bad for a $10 camera. So, let's see here. Dwight says, I bought the 910. That's what I used on my last stream. Yeah, and yours looks good. Like I said, you know, it's a good idea to have a good camera for your main camera. You're less likely to have problems with it. But like I said, the other camera, shit, why not? Go cheap. See, Tom says you can search HDMI to USB adapter on Amazon. $16 is the cheapest. I have a name brand that I paid $99 for a while back. That is similar. You got some high end stuff too. You know, it's like your Ethernet card. I bought the same thing. I don't remember what I paid for it. It wasn't cheap, and it works great. It really sped up my internet connection because I'm running direct to the modem through an Ethernet card, a Cat. I think it's a Cat 6, Cat 6 or Cat 7. I don't remember which. I paid a lot of money for this fucking thing. It goes from the shed overhead to the house into a an Ethernet card which I have for the modem. So, like I said, I don't mind spending money on stuff that I really need. I mean, it still kind of sucks, but it is what it is. And Tom Grass said, James, good deal, buy them new. And they over $100. But yeah, they probably are now. James says, I use my laptop with a Dell powered hub. Oh, the very fact that it's still working is a good thing. I'm not a big fan of Dell, so you know. And Gerald Santa or Santa Stewart, he's at his OOO already. James says, Thomas, well, yes, we always watch Marketplace. Dwight says, I have a Dell hub. I've had too much experience with prior Dell products. I won't have anything to do with them. I'm sure some of them are pretty good, but I've had bad luck with anything Dell, so I just don't mess with it. Hey, DWM Trains, Dave, how you doing? Good to see you here. Better late than never, absolutely. Tom Crash said, Tom Strange. Tom, I have one of those USB to HDMI adapters from Amazon. I think I paid $16 for it a while back. There you go. James says, Jim, I purchased high-end Dell computers because I was a photographer. Is there such a thing as a high-end Dell computer? Maybe up there, but in the States, not so much. I said I've had bad luck with Dells. I mean, I never owned them. But when I worked at the golf course, we had all new Dells, and they were constantly breaking. We had, hardware failure all the time on them. And I just said, you know what, I'll never buy one of these. I also had a friend who had a Dell, a laptop. He had a lot of problems with that, so I said, no, I don't know what to do with them. Dell laptop or Dell computer products, it reminds me of like Bachmann trains, I'm not a big fan of Bachmann either. So you give me an Atlas, Athearn, scale trains, anything but, so I'm just funny that way, Gerald says, I only buy Dell. Well, I mean, if it works for you, that's cool. But for me, not so much. Hiya, Tom, John, and John. I know. It's funny, isn't it? Dell made a lot of high-end. Yeah, I believe that's true. They said for businesses, a lot of businesses went with the Dell. The golf course went with them because they got a deal on them because we bought, I don't remember, something like 40 of them. Wasn't just for our course, but for some of the other sister courses. And they decided to upgrade across the board, and they got them for like practically nothing. But they were junk. I mean, they really were. Like I said, the one that they put in my office, I only had it a month, and of course this is going back a few years. The floppy drive in it had a 3.5-inch floppy. It took a shit within a month, and turns out I had to buy one from Dell because it wasn't compatible with anything else. So I couldn't use like an aftermarket 3.5-inch drive to go in it because it wasn't compatible. That was another problem I had too. At Dell had to be like pretty much everything Dell. I said, well, fuck that. I don't like that proprietary shit, So as I said, I had issues all the ways around. Keyboards were shit. I wound up getting an aftermarket keyboard because the Dell keyboards were garbage. Same with the mouse, I believe. But fortunately, that was, wireless, so that wasn't an issue with them. And anything would work, but anything internally in the machine, no. Had to be Dell. James says, my desktop needs Windows 11. Alright. See, I've got 3 computers here, the 2 desktops and a laptop. And if you include my wife's desktop and her laptop, none of these computers will accept Windows 11. There's just one component out of each one that's not compatible. So I just said, you know what? I don't like 11 anyway. So I'll just wait for 12. 12 is supposed to solve that problem, supposedly. But 10 works fine for me, so I figured, you know, I'm on the, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying? And let's see. Tom says, oops, wrong one. All my computers are Dell Tile. They bought out Alienware. Now they are all Alien. Oh, really? I didn't know that. I know Alienware makes a damn good computer. They're expensive, though. That's the only reason why I don't have one. I said, I've always built my own stuff, so, you know, I'm okay with that. Gerald said, motherboards. Oh, motherboards, motherboards, I don't know. Well, you know, things break. I mean, nothing lasts forever. You know, my wife goes, I don't see why that thing broke already. You just bought it. And I'm going, yeah, 5 years ago. You know, the technique, I don't know about now, but back in the day, the average lifespan for a computer was about 5 years. You know, and like this one here actually turned off. The one in the house I never turn off. It's on 24/7. I turn the monitor off, but the tower itself stays on. So, and that one's like 7 years old now. So it's probably just a matter of time before I wind up replacing the motherboard in that too. But that's to be expected. I mean, sometimes you just got to do it, you know. If things lasted forever, we wouldn't have half the problems we have. Hey, Derek, how's it going? Derek Alexander. Good to see you here. See, getting a little behind here, aren't I? Joe said, I worked Final QA and rework on Dell U 12-inch high dagger server motherboard. I don't know what the hell that is, but I'll take your word for it. James goes, mother what? Motherboards can be a motherfucker too, yeah. Hey, GRE 2057, how's it going? Good to see you here. And he says, I've been running Windows 11 Pro for a couple years now. Some people like it, you know. I've heard more bad than I've heard good, but then, you know, you don't know until you actually run it yourself. It just reminds me too much of Windows 8. Remember Windows 8? Yeah, that didn't go over too well, did it? So, I'll just wait for 12, thank you. You don't see any. Well, you won't see any this week. That's for damn sure. You might see him next week. You'll definitely see him the week after. Hopefully. Well, another reason why too is I can't run trains because I've got plastic. I don't know if you can see it from here or not. All the way in the back there. Right there. I've got a plastic drop cloth over it to protect from, you know, the droppings from drilling, sawdust. So I can't run trains with that over it. So I still got stuff in the way. I'll have to get all that sorted out, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. We'll see. Dwight wants to know what version of Windows you have, James. Well, that's exactly why I do it. And so the secret, never turn off your computer. Leaving it on all the time makes it last longer. I have 4 computers. 3 Windows 11 Pro, 1 Windows 10. They're on 7/24. Yeah, exactly. Well, I learned that the hard way many years back when I had my shop. I used to turn my computer off in the shop every night. I came in one day, turned it on, and the power supply took a shit in it. And they says, well, do you turn it on and off? Well, I said, yeah, every day. He says, don't do that. So after that, I stopped doing that. It stays on all the time. You know, and here, like I said, I don't do it because just save electric, really. But this is the only one. The computers in the house, they stay on all the time. And you're right, they do last a hell of a lot longer. Dave says, my old HP computer is over 10 years old. I've gone through probably 6 printers. Yeah, well, printers don't last for shit either. That's not bad, though, 10 years. I mean, I've heard of guys having their machines 10, 15 years. And they still work, you know, but I say on average, they only last about 5 years. Hey, Floyd Robbins, how you doing, Floyd? Good to see you here. Let's see what else we got going on here. Hello, Floyd. This is not a train channel. You gonna rag on me all night, James, or what? It's sort of a train channel. It's train related. Does the temporary memory overflow? Well, you should clean your cache probably once a month. I do. It's actually set up to do it on its own. The one in the house, anyway. And updates, they'll do updates regardless. Now, I have my updates turned off, and yet they're still getting them. And I got to look into that, see if I can turn them off completely. I don't like the updates. I don't feel a need for them. Seems like every time they update, you have problems. So I could just do away with I mean, the thing, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. You know what I'm saying? Oh, this is a security update. Well, I didn't have a problem to begin with. Now I do. So what the fuck did you actually put in there? Yeah. As I said, it kind of drives me nuts, and it's just the way it is. James said his desktop is Windows 10, his laptop is Windows 11. There you go. There's your answer there, Dwight. There says, I've always had Apple and MacBook Pros. Just bought an IBM type for the railroad, NERAIL 7 for planning, JMRI, etc. Yeah. Well, the thing with Apple is, Apple has superior graphic capabilities. And it really does. I mean, I'm not an Apple fan at all. I've never owned one. Never will. But I had a friend who had a t-shirt. She did t-shirt screen printing. And she used all Apple. All her computers were Apple based. Because she said they had superior graphic capabilities over IBM's. I said, oh, I'll take your word for it. So, you know, but... Well, see, that was the nice thing about mine. Tried to upgrade. All 3 of my computers did, because I didn't want it. But it tried anyway, but fortunately, it's not compatible. None of my computers are compatible. The laptop doesn't have enough RAM. This one doesn't have... I can't remember, it's a certain hardware feature it doesn't have. And the one in the house... The Ryzen 7 I have, the 8 core, is not compatible with Windows 11. And I'm thinking, well, isn't that stupid? Why would you create a fucking software, an OS, that wasn't compatible with the latest CPUs? So that's fine. It's obviously not meant to be, so who cares? James says, Dwight, I will take my desktop to computer, dude. Let him install Windows 11. Well, if it's compatible, yeah, I guess there's no problems with it. But he said a lot of the computers, even some of the newer ones, won't run 11 because they lack a certain hardware or software thing that you can't fix, supposedly. There's not enough RAM. I think you have to have... I think it's 8 gig memory, 8 gig of RAM minimum to run 11. This one only has 4 in it, the laptop. It's old. I mean, I bought it brand new, but that was like, I bought it in 2010. So, it still works and all, but it doesn't have all the. I mean, I can upgrade it. I can put more RAM in it. But why? you know? So, there you go, Gerald. That about sums it up, too. It's all spyware. I said I have a pirated copy of Windows 10 Pro. Actually, it's the Enterprise Edition. And it's been stripped of all the spyware. Supposedly. I mean, I know it runs faster than most Windows 10 OSs do. And it's kind of small considering, in size. So, but all these updates, who the hell knows what they're putting in there, Raymond says Apple is the Disney of computers. Well, depending on how you feel about Disney, that could be either good or bad. James says I use my Apple tablet for all my video editing for YouTube. That's cool. Derek says the only good thing in an update is the security and virus upgrades. Every time I learn the new Windows, they send an update and it changes everything and I have to learn it again. That's probably true too. So I'm saying, if you did it right the first time, you shouldn't have to update it, And I've been saying for years anyway that I don't believe that all these viruses are actually external. I think Windows actually puts them in there. They're probably in cahoots with the antivirus companies. Well, here, we'll put this virus in there. People will freak out. They'll have to go to you to get the antivirus software. Everybody wins, Yeah, I mean, I could be wrong, but I don't know. It's just, nobody ever, what was it, Apple and Mac were virus-free for many years. And the Ubuntu? Ubuntu, or it's Ubuntu, I think. That was virus free. Then what's that other one? I can't think of it. That was virus free. Now all of a sudden they're all getting hit with viruses. I don't know. It seems a little sketchy to me. Derek says, it's been so long since I had a Windows computer, I can't remember how to use it. Yeah, well, it's a little bit different than Apple, that's for sure. Win 11 requires a snooper chip in the motherboard. Really? Is that what that is? That's probably what I'm lacking. I can't remember what it was called. But when I did the pre-check to see it was compatible, he said, well, you're missing this component. And apparently you can't just put it in. You have to buy another motherboard. So it's like, oh, fuck that. Now the motherboard I'm buying is actually designed for Windows 11, but I could still run 10 in it because, as I said, well, I don't really want 11, but I mean I would if I didn't have a choice, but I'd prefer to stick with 10. So I texted the company. I says, can I run Windows 10 Enterprise Edition in it? And they said, oh yeah, no problem, it's compatible. I said, good deal. James says I use my laptop for streaming. What's this one here? I think the last Win 10 update was written specifically to screw up my computer. I heard they had a lot of problems with it. I didn't get it. I don't get all the updates. I only get some of them. I think the only ones I get are like security updates. Because I had to reload 2 programs of my security stuff. Took me an hour to get the Nighthawk Wi-Fi back up. Yeah. That's what I said, and the problem is, even though you own the computer, you really don't. And one of the problems. All right, John, thanks for popping in. Be safe. Have a good weekend. We'll see you next week. Well, that's true, John. I said a lot of times updates screw everything up, and some of the once again, if it was done right in the first place, you wouldn't need an update, you know. I get disgusted with it myself. And I don't trust any of it. James says the only issue with my tablet is need more memory. Well, that's always a problem. Is that Raymond? It seems that there's no such thing as a one-time cost video editor. Well, there kind of is. I mean, well, I don't know about video. Yeah, because my Camtasia, I paid $260 for that 4 years ago. Now I did sign on for the yearly update or maintenance thing they call it. And the nice thing about it is every time they updated the program, because they're up to 2020, I think I got 2025 now, or 2024. I would get the upgrade for free, but $60 a year, it was costing me more money than I could afford, so I shut it down. I could always put it back on. But I mean, if I didn't have that though, it's a one-time fee for that Camtasia, and any critical updates are free anyway, whether you have the maintenance program or not. So it's not really a big deal. I liked it because it was easy to use. Because at the time I was experimenting with different editors and I didn't like half of them. I'm thinking, why in the fuck is this thing set up like this? you know. So. And Floyd says both my desktop and my laptop are Windows 10. They will most likely stay that way. There you go. Well, like I said, Microsoft just got sued. They lost. And they didn't go into detail, but I believe that they have to provide support for 10 now for 10 years. By that time, you'll probably be ready for something new anyway. But remember Windows 7? I had Windows 7. I loved it. And then they phased it out, and it's like, well, this sucks. Once again, if it ain't broke, why are you trying to fix it? I guess they didn't feel they had enough spyware in it, so they said, we're going to come up with Windows 8 and get some more spyware in there, Turns out 8 was shit anyway, and they patched it to 8.1, which wasn't much better. So I had 8 briefly, and as soon as 10 came out, I jumped on 10, And what happened to Windows 9? I mean, it was in the works, and then it just went away and became Windows 10. And I have a feeling that 11 is going to wind up doing the same thing. That it'll morph into Windows 12 a lot sooner than you think. And like I said, there's already previews out for 12, which means they have a working OS. So why not just put it out there and be done with it and say, fuck this 11 shit, James says, my desktop has Photoshop installed. I own it, but forget how to use it. That's a difficult program to run it. I had that for a while. Once again, it was difficult to use. So that's just the way, I like shit that's easy to use. Plug and play. What you see is what you get. I think that was with Siggy or however that is. What you see is what you get. Keep it simple. The rest falls in place. What's that now? Gerald said, the Win 11 chip is to enable flashback. Microsoft knows everything you do. Great. And I don't know why they got spies. There you go. I don't know why they got to do that. I mean, Come on, the average guy has got nothing to hide, no big secrets. Why did he waste their time? I mean, how many people around the world are using Windows 11 right now? Probably hundreds of millions. And there's, and, oh wait, 10, regardless, any computer. And they're spying on every one of us. So there's maybe 5 billion people have computers on the planet. So they're monitoring 5 billion people? Really? Are you people that fucking afraid of life? You gotta be seriously paranoid to, you know, to want to monitor everybody like that. Floyd said, doesn't matter, I answer to most anything, Raymond. Okay. James said there is a way to use webcams. Oh yeah, you have to have a powered hub. You can do it. Because most laptops only have 2 USB ports. And it's just iMovie. I tried that. I didn't like it. But a lot of guys do. I mean, it's a good program. I just didn't like the way it worked. So that's why I said I didn't go with it. Derek says, I get all my computer and iPad stuff with at least 1 terabyte of storage when I buy it. Well, now, yeah. And even a terabyte's not much. I got a terabyte in this one. Now, the one in the house, I have like 7 drives out there. I think I've got a grand total like 16 terabyte. And they're all almost full. Because I have a lot of TV shows and movies that I download from my movie site to watch at some point in time, you know, someday. You know, if the power goes out, or let's say if Comcast goes down for like any length of time, I could watch old movies or old TV shows that I haven't seen ever or not in a very long time. So that's where most of the space is being taken up. But Todd had a video clip that was sideways. I was able to correct it for him using the iMovie in my tablet. Yeah, you can do that. That's cool. And Raymond says, I'm looking in the CapCut. It's free but has an optional but strongly recommended subscription. Of course it's subscription. That's why I don't like subscription stuff, because, you know, I don't mind paying for it one time, but I don't like doing a monthly subscription. That kind of sucks. Guys, I use NCH Software Video Pad Professional to edit my videos. Yeah, I've used that before, believe it or not. It's pretty good. I still like the Camtasia better, but if I didn't have the Camtasia, I would probably go with that as well. NCH makes a lot of good stuff. Dave says, I'm really considering changing to Linux OS. You have to relearn everything. It's somewhere between Windows and Mac. It's just it's an odd OS, but I have some experience with it. Like I said, I got so accustomed to Windows that, you know, that's really all I like playing with. Linux used to never get hacked ever, but that's not true anymore. No. Gerald said, good plan, Dave. There you go. And Tom says, Dave, I have a Raspberry Pi with Linux OS running on it. Yeah, Raspberry Pi does run Linux. That's true, Gerald. You know, it's funny that you say that, but it's true. I said Windows 6 or 8 sucked. Now 11 sucks. You know, it's like they're like, well, well, they're even numbers, but yeah, it's every other one. What was before 7? That was I've had every Windows version since DOS. You know, my first computer ran DOS 1.0. Then I graduated to 2.1. And I think then Windows came out. Windows was 3.1, I think. I don't remember, but and you're right, but it seems like every other one was really not that good. It's like they needed time to figure out what the fuck they did wrong, and they'll correct it in the next version. I have a better idea. Why don't you get the version right before you release it? I guess that'd be too fucking easy though, wouldn't it? Raymond says, when the MS-DOS was pretty much straightforward. Yeah, it was. But it didn't have the capabilities that you need today. There was no USB support or anything like that. Matter of fact, I think Windows 7, was it Windows 7 was the first one to provide USB support? I think, I'm not sure, I don't remember, it's been a while. So, you know, I mean, they probably could have updated it, but Windows is a good program, it's just that they need to stop loading it down with bullshit. Derek says, I need a smartphone because I'm stupid when it comes to Windows. Problem with them smartphones is they ain't that damn smart. There we go. Gerald says, XP, yeah, XP was good. Maybe it was XP was the first one I had USB support. NT was great. I never had NT. When 7 was good, 8 sucked, 10 good, 11 sucks, 12. If what I've seen from the preview of 12, it's like a superior 10. You know, it's very similar to 10, but with some really good extra features. So we'll see. Supposed to be a lot faster too. Then can they say 11's not that fast? I don't know. But you know. Tom says, Jim, stop downloading all that porn on your computer. Fills up the hard drive fast. I don't download porn, but I got all pretty much, you know, I got some R-rated movies. Most of the stuff, yeah, it's probably R-rated, but, you know, some nudity, but not much. I mean, I got a lot of good movies. I think the last time I looked, I had 460 some movies. On one of the drives. I've got literally at least 300 or 400 TV series from back in the day. A lot of old stuff that was good, you know. I mean, I dump it once I watch it, but you know, there were some good TV shows back in the day. I don't remember a lot of them that well, but I remember they were good, and I don't mind watching them again, you know. James says, Derek, if my laptop dies, I'm looking into an Apple version. There you go. James says, 256K on a tablet is over 1,000. Really, $1,000? Holy shit. That's crazy, man. You guys are getting bent over up there. I don't think it's anywhere near that down here. I could be wrong though. And DWM Dave says, Thomas, I've already switched to LibreOffice and it's great, backwards compatible with MS Office 360, and it's free. There you go. I have to look into that myself. I'm still running Office. It's an older version. Was it 2020? 2021? 2020? Maybe. I don't even remember. It was 2000 for all I know, remember, but, you know, when they started doing that subscription shit with Office 360, fuck you, I ain't doing it, you know, because I have a pirated copy of, you know, Microsoft Office, too. It has everything on it. It has Word, I can't think of the other programs now, but it has the whole suite of Office stuff. I've had it for many, many years. I still use it. That's true, John. The 4K videos do take. I've got some. Well, they're in the, was it 2160? 2160 bit or something like that. I don't remember, but that's like the biggest, clearest, most sharpest movie you can get. Like a movie like Star Wars is like 40 gig. I mean, yeah, fucking huge, you know. I try and just stick with the 480 bit stuff, or 480K, whatever it is. sometimes occasional 720. I watch a lot of anime, and anime is always in 1080 because that's the 1080 is really mostly the only one that has the English subtitles on it. Because you know what, I don't speak Japanese, so you know. James says, John, do we need 4K for YouTube? Nah, not really. I mean, Thomas Train, the Windows XP. XP was a good Windows, man. I liked XP, you know. But once again, we were kind of forced. What was it? It was 7 that came after that, I think. You know, they're always forcing us to upgrade. You know, that's what I'm saying. You think you own your shit, but you really don't. You know, you're at their fucking mercy. Whatever they want to do, you're gonna go along with it one way or the other. You know. Yeah, Vista did suck. I would never. I used Vista for like 15 minutes. I said, not gonna happen. There's the James MacBook Pro is great, but I needed AnyReal 7 to design the layout, and it doesn't run on Mac unless you run another Windows program, and then you have to set aside a bunch of your memory. Oh yeah, that could be a problem. Well, that's another reason why I go with the IBM compatibles anyway, because you know there's more software available for Windows than there is for the Apple Mac stuff. So, and once again, Apple Mac is proprietary. I try and stay away from anything proprietary. A guy gave me an Apple. Was it an Apple or maybe it was a Macintosh? I don't remember. It was an Apple or Mac computer desktop. I mean, the thing worked. There was nothing wrong. He said, "Yeah, I upgraded. You want the old one? Here it is." Yeah, I'll take it. And right after he left, I threw it in the dumpster. Seriously, you know. I mean, even the monitor wouldn't hook up. It wasn't IBM compatible. It used what the hell you call them fucking things? I can't remember what they're called now. The different plugins, like for a stereo. Yeah. No, that's okay. I'll just stick with the IBM compatibles. My Atari 48K was great. Yeah, I remember those. Tom says, Jim, I had Windows 1.0. I was on the Microsoft test team. I spent many hours on the phone with the developers changing. Oh, that's cool. GE Tom TNT. Commodore 64. I had one of those too. I'm really behind in the chat here. James says he has AnyReal on his laptop and desktop, and he's running Apple Mac. So maybe they got a Mac version now. You know, I mean, I know a lot of software they do both. For you oddballs that don't have IBM compatible, you know. Raymond says you had those flat floppy square discs, the very predecessor to the USB sticks. Yeah, my first computer had the 7-inch, the big fucking floppies. They only hold like 480K. Then they went to the 3.5 plastic floppies, that were not flexible. I had them for a long time. I had hundreds of those fucking things, and I think they were only good for, well, the double densities were higher, but I think the single density was 360K. Wasn't much. The guy gave me a copy. It was pirated, of course, but it was the the CAD's a real popular CAD program. And it took 15 discs. They were double density discs. I think they were 720 each. And the thing is, if you didn't have, and I didn't have a hard drive, because everything ran off the floppy, so I couldn't run this CAD program. and eventually I got rid of it. But yeah, things have come a long way. Like I said, my first computer with a hard drive was a 287. It was 287 IBM clone, and I bought at a garage sale 2 hard drives and a controller card, and I had 200 megabyte. They were 100 meg each. And well, I thought I had the cat's shit right there, man. It's like, man, I got some big ass drives, 200 megabyte. What a joke. The biggest drive I got right now is a 4 gig, I mean, and they're up to 12 gig, something like that. I mean, or 12 terabyte. I have a 4 terabyte one, and it's not gig, terabyte. I mean, it's amazing how far we've come in not many years, Vista's antique, yeah, it is. 8-inch floppy, that's something else. Derek said, James, which one did you start with? 6? Dwight says, what is Windows 10? Isn't that what you're running, Dwight? 10? Or are you on 11 already? Oh, Windows 101. I don't know. James says, Derek, I think so. I purchased around 2021. That's right, David. Linux is Ubuntu based. I have the software for it somewhere, the OS. Because I did try. So I'll try things like on the laptop, and if I like it, then I'll go ahead and put it on the desktop. But I mean, Linux is a good program. Don't get me wrong, but you have to retrain yourself with everything. It's nothing like Windows. So if you're a diehard Windows freak, you're gonna have problems with it. Derek says, or James, I think you can get a free upgrade to AnyRail 7. Check it out. James says, Derek, I have the newest version. Okay. Tom says OpenOffice.org is just the same as Microsoft Office, but better, and it's free. I'll have to look into that, Tom. Because like I say, everybody has the newest Office. I can't read any Word documents that like in whatever the latest is, because it's not backward compatible. Well, I think that's the right term for it. So if you have Microsoft Word 2025, for example, you can't read it in 2022 or 2021 or whatever. You have to stick up with it. I mean, they did that shit on purpose, so most people I know are still running the older Microsoft Word, so it's not a big deal. But yeah, I would like to upgrade. Windows 95 came. Oh, yeah, that's right. I forgot about 95. I said I had them all, pretty much. But, it was a long fucking time. I don't remember half that shit anymore. I don't remember. I know XP was good. I don't remember if 95 was any good or not. I don't have that much memory of it for some reason. Gerald said StackSocial.com has MS Office Lifetime 2019 version for $25. Well, I think that's what I got, is the 2019 version. It's pirated. I didn't pay anything for it. And I'm still using it. I load it on every machine that I have. That's okay if you need it or want to change something. How are you feeling? I get that one. Don Grassi says, Dave, I installed OpenOffice version 4.1.15 on my computer and it's free and it opens all Office 365. Oh, that's a good to know. I'll have to check into that too. James says, Derek doing okay. BP sometimes the first one jumps up a bit. The top number, that's not unusual. The bottom number is the one you need to be concerned about. That should stay fairly even if you're doing well. Yeah, it could be. I'm not sure. James says my desktop is Windows, Jim. Okay. Do you not have Mac version? No plans to do one as per the owner. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Well, that's kind of stupid though, because I'm sure a lot of Mac owners would like to use AnyRail. Yeah, Tom says the same thing. AnyRail does not support Mac OS systems. I got paid $150. Yeah, it's not cheap either. I looked at it, but once again, I didn't like the. I couldn't figure it out. I mean, I sort of could, but I'm thinking, man, they could have done this a lot differently, you know? So. That's like CAD programs. You know, I could probably teach myself how to use a good one. But I like the one that's free on the internet, the can't remember what it's called now. Tinkercad. Tinkercad is very simple to use, you know. It's limited, but it's very simple to use. Where if you get into a real CAD program, you got to start thinking about shit. So I guess I'm just not into thinking that hard anymore. Ah, 286. That's what it was. I couldn't remember. I don't know why I thought 287. 286, 386. Actually, they had a 486, which was technically the Pentium. Because I had all three at one time or another. My first real computer was a 286. And as soon as the 386s came out, I got a deal on a used one. I couldn't afford new shit. So I bought a used one, and then the 486 or Pentium came out. I bought a used one of those. Then after that, they stopped using that 86 description. They just lost it all together, and they just went whatever. But yeah, the 286 I had wasn't a bad, wasn't a bad machine. But by today's standards, it was dog slow, you know. I think it had a 4 meg processor in it. It was really slow. Some Linux distros look and operate just like Windows. Older machines run better too. I wasn't aware of that. Gerald says one of my hard drives is a 20 terabyte. Oh, that's a big ass drive, man. The only problem I got with a drive like that is when it breaks, well, you lose all 20 gigs of your shit. And that's why I'm kind of leery about getting a large drive. I'd rather have some smaller drives, you know. If I lose one, I don't lose everything, you know. That's just the way I look at things. James says I need a free program that I can use for decals. I can't help you there. I mean, you could do decals on Microsoft Word, but it's very limited. I use Print Shop a lot, but I had to pay for that. It wasn't that expensive, but Print Shop and you could do everything on that. You could do decals, business cards, letterheads, flyers, all kinds of shit. I don't know what the latest version costs, but I think I have an older version of it. James says third rail is at 8 p.m. Okay, well, you can take off then. That's cool. I'll probably run a little bit a little bit later than that. Dave says about the only office program I use is Excel and a few Word docs. I use mostly Word. I haven't used Excel in years. You know, I don't know how, but I just don't have a need for it. Ah, thanks for that link, man. That's cool. James says bottom number is great, no 8 fill. That's good to hear. Like I said, that's the most important number. Your top number is always going to fluctuate a little bit, but if the bottom number stays within the normal range, you're doing good. Boy says I had a 386 DOS computer. That was my first computer, but now I've forgotten all the commands. I remember a few of them. Very few. I mean, because I was writing programs in DOS way back in the day. I learned it, and it wasn't that hard. But you know, compared to today, you couldn't make any. I had a couple of, well, by today's standard, they were pretty antiquated. Some really simple games and shit that I was writing code for on DOS, but that was a long damn time ago. I said my first computer was actually a Tandy color computer from Radio Shack. And then after that, my first real, well, what I would consider a real computer was an 8086 IBM clone. And like I said, no hard drives. They had the 7-inch floppies in there, 7.5 floppy. And then I wound up with an 8088, which was the next one up. And then from there they went to the 286, 386, and then the Pentium or 486. So I worked my way up, and of course by that point I learned how to build them, you know, and repair them and shit. So pretty much after the Pentiums came out, I started building my own machines, you know. Buy the case, buy the motherboard, buy all the components, put them in, and make it all work. I had a 486 DX66 with a Comath. That's what I had. It was not a bad machine. I mean, considering at the time it was pretty decent. Today it would still be a joke. James said Open Office, don't see it for Mac. No, they probably don't have it for Mac. So, so anyway. I opted to go with, you know, the Windows platform, IBM clones, and it's what I've been using all my life, pretty much. And it's funny because, like I said, in the very relatively short time, I think, what, about 40 years, maybe a little more than that. I mean, I bought the Tandy color computer when I was 17. And that was a joke. I mean, it used a cassette recorder as a hard drive. It was kind of fucked up, you know, but I mean, it worked, sort of. You know, it didn't have a floppy drive, but, and, you know, it was full colors, you know, it wasn't just a green screen. But since that time, I mean, computers have jumped leaps and bounds, you know, in a relatively short amount of time. I mean, you know, and I don't know, they still haven't done it yet, but last I read, which was a few years back, they were talking about a light-based computer. And it would use light somehow instead of electrical signals. I don't know how it worked. And I'm thinking, oh shit, if they do that, I'll have to fucking retrain myself all the way around. But it's supposed to be like 100 times faster than what we have now. Once again, though, but how fast do you really need, Gerald said that 486 cost me 3,200 wholesale back in '92. I bought all the shit used. I think I paid like $600 or $700 for mine. I couldn't afford new machines. I mean, not really. That's why I said after a while I started building my own. It was cheaper, and like the one in the house, that's an equivalent of about a $5,000-6,000 machine. I got a little over 1,000 in it. So, and that was the first one that I built with all new stuff. Because a lot of ones I'd build, I'd use like older equipment, older motherboards, older video cards. They were new, but the price had really dropped on them, so I'd save money. So instead of getting state of the art, what was made today, I got new old stock from yesterday or the day before. But it just seems like it pays to spend the extra money. Yeah, you're right, Floyd. The prices back then were nuts. This is showed my Atari 48K over $1,000. Well, the prices really dropped down, but mostly because people are not buying everything nowadays. Nobody has the money. I've seen computer prices actually came down a lot because they're just not selling. Nobody's buying them. I mean, the computer geeks would buy one, every 6 months. They'd buy a new machine to stay up to date because they basically, they say they're antiquated or whatever every 6 months. That's crazy, though. I mean, there's no way I'm going to spend $1,000 every 6 months to have the latest machine, I mean, that's what they were getting for them back in the day. People aren't doing that anymore. They're buying one machine, they'll use it till it dies, and if they can't find a new machine cheap enough, they'll buy a second-hand one, Atari 400 and 800. Never had one of those. External hard drive, yeah. New car, 1974, $2,900, my Pinto. Yeah, they were cheap back then. I mean, compared to today. It's kind of it flipped around. Now cars are outrageous. Computers are cheap. Yeah. Could you imagine buying a brand new car for $2,900 today? You'd be lucky you got 2 tires out of it, maybe the seat. It's crazy the money they're getting for this stuff. The newest iPhone has more power than the room-filling computers government had when it started, and they were using it for calculating flight programs for space missions. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's crazy how far we've come, And imagine where we'll be in another, well, I won't be alive probably, another 50 years. Well, yeah, that's what I was getting too in the 70s. $2 an hour was minimum wage. So, But, we were living the American dream back then. So I made $2 an hour, $127 a week take home. American dream states your first week for rent and mortgage, which I paid. My rent was only $65. And the second week was for your utilities and all that shit, your electric bill, whatever. Of course, all that stuff was included in my rent, so I didn't have to pay it. But third week was your fund money, and the fourth week was supposed to be put in your savings account to save it for a rainy day. All right, James, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in, and enjoy the next show, okay? We'll see you next week. So, yeah, it's, I was better off at $2 an hour than I was before I had the stroke. I was making over $100 an hour. I mean, I wasn't doing bad at $100 an hour, but, and that was the minimum. But, Tom says, when I started working, minimum wage was 75 cents an hour. That's a little bit before before me for sure. Of course, you're a little bit older than I am. My dad said when he started working, I guess it was in the 30s maybe or the 20s, because he was born in 1919, so probably would have been the 30s, late 30s. I think he said it was a nickel an hour, something like that. He was painting back then too, 5 cents an hour to paint a house. But a loaf of bread was 5 cents, and probably a steak dinner at a restaurant might have cost you $1 or two. I don't know what the hell happened. He said we're just playing with bigger amounts of money. It's ridiculous. Like I said, I just got my Social Security check and my rent. The total was $2,243, I think. And I'm thinking, man, that kind of money 10 years ago would have been enough to last me 4 months. And I would have lived well. Today I'm barely getting through a month on it. I mean, it's ridiculous. No. Gerald says in 1973 minimum wage was $1.25. And when did I start? Well, I think I started like at 77 or 78, somewhere around there. Then it was $2 an hour. So whenever they went to $2 an hour is when I worked. My first job was at a truck stop. The Greasy Spoon down the road from me. What the hell was the name of that place? I can't even remember now. But I was a dishwasher there, making $2 an hour. My first real job. Oh, Horns Restaurant. Hornes. They were real popular in Florida back in the 70s. They were all over the state. I don't think there's any left now. If there are, maybe one up north or something. But alright, anyway. Floyd says, okay, Jim, I'm going to watch Third Rail as well. Have a great night, all. Alright, Floyd, well, thanks for popping in. You have a great night, too, and be safe this weekend, and we'll see you next week. Well, it did for a while. The last time I filled up my tank, it was $2.98 for regular. And it's been holding steady now between $3.19 and $3.15. I don't know what happened. It's not coming down again. For a while there, it was dropping down like, well, Tom from Tom's Train, he had it figured out. Certain days it would be down in the $2 range. And the rest of the days was up in the $3 range. So I don't know what the hell they're doing. Alright, Dave. Have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. And we'll see you later, man. Have a safe weekend. And we'll see you next week. John says, have not bought gas for the car. And that's the problem I'm running into. Now, I went to start the car today because we had to go pick up the medication for the cat that got fixed. For the hookworm. And I went to start it up, man. Damn, it stunk bad. The car's in the garage, so I had the door open, obviously, but still. The gas had turned. And I basically top off once a month. As a matter of fact, I'm trying to run it out now, or at least it's close. It's down to just below a half a tank when normally I fill it. But I'm going to run it down as close to empty as possible. Because I think I've got gas in there. It's probably been in there for years. When you don't let it go down all the way, and it's just, and the bad gas will float to the bottom, So, yeah, I'm going to let it go. But it's going to, it's like you said, it's I think I saw today run by the gas, it was $3.13 a gallon for regular. And I have a 20-gallon tank, so you're looking at about $70 to fill the motherfucker. That's a lot of damn money. But like I said, normally I fill, once a month. And it costs me about $20-30 because I don't let it get below a half. And, which is good in one way and other for another, Gerald says, John paid $2.69 yesterday. Fuck you, man. I don't hear that shit. I'd like to. I thought for sure when Trump got back in, it would go down to $2 a gallon. He kind of, sort of promised us that, but it didn't happen. I don't know if it ever will or not. It's ridiculous, you know. It really needs to go down to $1 a gallon again, but it hasn't been that way in a long, long time. I remember filling up my Impala. Had a 30-gallon tank in it. I'd fill it up for $7. You know, I don't remember what gas was. I think it was less than, I think it was like 55, 60 cents, something like that at the time. I don't remember, but we need to go back to that. John said that's ethanol for you. Yeah, the gas don't last for shit, man. You know, it turns fast. I try and keep 5 gallons, you know, in the gas can in the shed. Well, people like the riding lawnmower or the generator if I need it. And yeah, like after 6 weeks, that shit's turned already. I could use that stable stuff, you know, that stabilizer, but that's just more money I gotta spend. I mean, fortunately, the gas hasn't gotten bad enough to where it won't run. But I think I'm getting close to that in the car, because, I mean, it had a tough time starting this morning, you know, and, man, did it stink. I go, oh, fuck, the gas turned, you know. So I probably got some rotten gas in the bottom of the tank. All my driving is local stuff now, gas. Yeah, I say, you know, as I said, you know, the only time I use the car is when I go shopping, generally twice a month. The store is 3 miles down the road. You know. If I have to go to the hardware store, that's once again 3 miles down the road. If I have to go to Home Depot, that's I think about 8 miles, somewhere around, or 7 miles. But most of my driving is, you know, nearby. So, and I don't use the car that often, you know. Things have just gotten so bad. It's terrible, man. Tom says, $5 filled up my Mustang. Took my girlfriend out to dinner and went to a movie and still had money left over. I don't doubt it. You know, like I said, back in the day, things were cheap. You know. Remember, we had theaters when I was a teenager. We had one in Fort Myers. It was 50 cents for each ticket. You know, it was like a matinee. So we'd go to the movies there, and of course dinner, you can get dinner. Unless you went to a real expensive place, but you had a decent dinner for, yeah, about $5-10, you know, for 2 people. Yeah, I don't remember what, you know, you said gas was cheap, but not that cheap. I probably would have spent like a $20 for an evening, you know, with a girlfriend. Gas, movie, and dinner. $20. It was a good deal, you know. Those days are gone, though, man. Long gone. Unless we do a reset, you know. I don't. They keep talking about that. They think it's going to happen at some point, because we're going into the abyss with inflation and everything else, and they're going to have to do a reset. But hopefully, if they start over again, we'll start, like I said, like 1960s money, you know, and maybe hold it there this time. You know, like what they should. I said this back when I was a teenager. They should freeze all the prices for the next 100 years, so nothing goes up in price. Wages would also be frozen, but like I said, we're basically living the American dream anyway. Things were attainable. You could buy a new house. You could buy a new car. You know. And that was just with the man working. You know. You really wanted to kick ass, you'd put your wife to work, but that was mostly, I mean, my first wife she didn't work. You know, she didn't need to. I supported the family and we lived rather well, you know. But if they had done that, we wouldn't be in the mess we're in right now. So Tom said, that's the truth too, man. I remember that myself. Had a burger place in my town, 2 burgers, fries, and a milkshake for less than $1. Yeah, it's like McDonald's when I was a kid. The McDonald's cheeseburgers were, I think they were 20 cents. Regular hamburger was 15 cents. The drink, I think, was 15 or 20 cents. Maybe it was less. I don't remember. But you could eat for less than $1. And the food was good, and the burgers were large, and real meat. What the fuck happened? That's greed for you. But what are you gonna do? So the problem is we're living in the here and now, and it's getting tougher and tougher for everybody. Meanwhile, there's silent wars going on all over the place. Not overseas wars, right here in the country. I was reading today. I was actually watching a video. A bunch of doctors, I think it's the ones that got fired from the CDC, are demanding that RFK be fired or resign because he's, finally showing the truth about the vaccines, how dangerous they are. Of course, they're pissed because they're going to lose money. Meanwhile, you got the blacks against the whites. The blacks have just gone nuts. I don't know what the hell's going on with them. They're killing each other more than they're killing whites, but just like they can't seem to help themselves, It's just all hell's breaking loose all over the country, it's nuts. I'll tell you what, I have a carry permit even though I don't need it now, because we're permitless carry in Florida. But I still keep my concealed carry card. My wife has one too. Normally I don't carry outside. I was for a while, and it got to be a pain in the ass because I have a 45. It's a heavy bastard, even though it's an officer model. It's the shorter barrel. It's a 3.5-inch barrel, I think. It's still heavy, and I have it in a shoulder holster, but after wearing it for 4 or 5 hours, it starts hurting your neck. I don't wear jeans, so I can't do a inside the pants thing, because you need a belt, and I can't wear a belt with these shorts. I'm seriously thinking about buying a smaller 380 just for a carry weapon because, it'll do the job. But it's like my wife she got a Kimber 380. It's a tiny gun, but it'll do the job, as long as you aim properly with it. So, but that's getting to the point where, I'm starting to think maybe I need to start carrying again because people are just getting stupid. Derek says they say that the fast food companies are going to lower their... Well, they're going to have to because they're hurting right now. I understood that McDonald's was Burger King was on the verge of bankruptcy. McDonald's is probably... I know McDonald's brought back the dollar menu, or I think it's what's called a dollar menu. Because people just can't afford to spend $5, $6, $7 for a fucking burger. It's ridiculous, And their food's not even that good. So, it'd be one thing to charge money for real food, but when you're turning out garbage, you're not going to get big money for it. Everybody needs that. Everybody needs to start dropping their prices back. So I was saying the other day, Ford has something, I think there's 30,000 F-150s, 2024 models. They're sitting in the field on something like 150 acres, just sitting out in the field rotting away because nobody can afford them. Now, Ford was smart, and they're obviously not. Now, these are anywhere from $35,000 to $60,000 trucks, which is outrageous. They're just sitting out in the field rotting, and the smart move would be to do with those is have a 30-day sale of the century and sell every one of those trucks for, say, $15,000 each. They'd sell them overnight, And they're going to lose money on it technically, but not as much as they're going to lose what I'm sitting rotting out in the field, You know damn good well it don't cost them that much probably to build one. But they're stupid. I mean, if you have excess inventory, it's common sense and standard business practice to lower the price to move that inventory. Ford obviously didn't get that memo. 30,000 fucking F-150s are sitting in the field rusting away. What in the fuck is wrong with that company? You know? And of course, Tom said it to begin with earlier, is greed. And that's plain and simple. Well, if we can't get $40,000 for it, we'll just let it rot in the field. Well, and it will. Yeah. How much will you make then? I remember, it's zero. Better to make some money, even at a loss, than to make no money. It's craziness. John says they have $5 or $6 meal deals at Wendy's. I haven't been at Wendy's in a while, I know, because they're generally more expensive. But at the time they had, not that long ago, they had good food. I'll take a Wendy's burger over a McDonald's burger or Burger King burger any day of the week, Thomas, we used to chip in our change and get a half a tank of gas out of it. Oh yeah, well I was smoking. I started smoking when I was 15. Even though I worked, it was easier to pick up 4 Coke bottles and turn them in for the deposit. They were 10 cents each. Actually 5 of them. Because I get a pack of cigarettes for 50 cents. So 5 Coke bottles, turn them in for the reward on, or whatever you call it, the rebate on, or whatever the fuck you call it. And there was your 50 cents to buy a pack of cigarettes. Now, you'd have to pick up a shitload of bottles now to get a pack of cigarettes. It's ridiculous. There you go, John. On a quiet day, you can hear a Ford rust. That's true, though, man. I read that shit and I'm going, what in the fuck is wrong with these clowns? At the time, like I said, they were getting anywhere from $35,000 to $60,000 for a Ford F-150. Depending on what it was outfitted with, whether four-wheel drive or not. Well, they overbuilt them, probably thinking, well, we're making a killing. Let's make as many as we can because, we're not going to be able to keep up with them. And then all of a sudden people said, you know what? I ain't paying that much fucking money for a fucking pickup truck. And like I said, they weren't even smart enough to at least research the market before they it's no wonder they're in trouble financially because they're idiots, I'm telling you what. Arby's had real meat and was the best, and yeah, that's true. Well, I used to eat at Arby's for lunch back when I had my shop. I'd get the the Arby's burger, and they were good, man. The roast beef. But then the one in Bonita, they got bought out by a bunch of gays, flaming gays. I went in there and I'm going, no, we're not eating here. Turned around, walked right the fuck back out. It was just that particular restaurant. I don't think they were all that way, but because they're franchises. But yeah, 3 flaming gays in there. Yeah, I'm thinking there ain't no motherfucking way I am eating that food. That's it. Turn around, walk the fuck out. I don't know how many other people did that, but probably a lot because they did ultimately close down. I think it was only a few months later they closed. I could hear the queers now. Hey, a bunch of damn homophobes. They won't eat here because we're gay. Well, yeah. Dave says, I take dog shit off the lawn before McDonald's. That's unfortunately true. Their burgers are disgusting. And I was doing Burger King for a while. Every time I ate one, because I have, problems with my teeth, I would get a serious gum infection every time I ate their burger. It was dirty meat, There was something going on there, And I would get this bad gum infection. I'd have to go to the emergency room, get antibiotics and a painkiller. And after a while, I figured out, I'm going to quit eating this shit. And as soon as I stopped eating it, the problem went away. So I don't know what the hell they were doing. John, my dad used to say that, and he had 3 Ford pickups. They were good trucks, though, man. I mean, the only Ford, I got the Ford Ranger outside, which I'm having issues with right now, but I think it needs a fuel filter because it surges, and when you give it gas, it just dies out. And the surging, that's why I don't think it's a fuel pump. Because if it was a fuel pump, it would probably idle fine, and then as soon as you gassed it, it would die out from lack of fuel pressure. But it's acting like the fuel filter is seriously plugged, and it's trying like hell to get the fuel at an idle, and it's surging, So, like I said, unfortunately, I bought the truck second hand. I was a second owner of it. The first guy that owned it, he bought it new. I don't think he ever put any money into it, other than oil changes. I mean, everything in there is original. I just did the starter. The starter was original. All right, from '03 with 257,000 miles on it. So I'm guessing that probably the fuel filter's original. I did replace the water pump in there because we thought it was bad. It turns out it wasn't, but the mechanic that I took it to said, "Oh, you need a new water pump." And long story, I won't get into it, but I put a new pump in there and a new clutch fan, new hoses and belts. Obviously, that stuff goes bad, but I mean, everything looked original in there, And I'm thinking that ain't bad for 257,000 miles. But fuel filter's supposed to be changed every 30,000. So I imagine that motherfucker's pretty damn clogged, So I'm sure I won't be able to blow through it when I take it off. No. Yeah, tell me about it. In the early 80s, every silver blue car had their paint disappear. Well, in 2000, like you said, '04, the paint fell off my car, And the only part of that car that looks good is the roof, because I had to replace the roof, because of the rust from when after the paint fell off. And they put a new roof on it and professionally painted it. And the roof looks beautiful. The rest of the car, not so much, Paint's falling off the hood, the fenders, the trunk lid. But I can't afford to paint it right now. I mean, I'm looking at, if I go do it at Mako, I'm still looking at $3,000. If I take it to a body shop, they want 7,000 up. It's fucking crazy. I mean, the car's only worth $600. It has low mileage. It only has, I think 91,000 maybe now, something like that. It's under 100,000 for an '04. That's not bad. It barely broke in. But I mean, to me, the car's. Hopefully, I'll keep it the rest of my life. But I can't afford $7,000 to paint the motherfucker. Holy shit! I'd do it myself, but I'd have to have an oxygen-fed mask system because I can't be around car paint. I would probably die if I tried, so it's like, we're not going to do that. Every color beginning of the... Oh, that's true. They are a lot of them using acrylic now. That I could probably spray. But I don't know that much about it, and I'm sure it's not cheap. Probably cheaper than $7,000, though. And if it cost me $500 for a gallon, it would still be a deal, But I'd have to experiment with. Like you said, I know how to spray, the Imron and base coat, clear coat, but I've never sprayed the acrylic, so I don't know how it works. So I'd have to, teach myself probably. And the biggest problem, of course, is the body work. I mean, because the paint's peeling off in a lot of places, you'd have to. I don't know how you take that down. I mean, I'm sure they sand it off or whatever, but there's extensive body work because of the peeling paint. No, I just do not fuck with it, but I don't know. Once again, here we go. I remember when you could get a premium paint job for $1,200 for your car. I mean, premium paint job. Like the kind of paint job that would outlast the car. Now it's $7,000. What the fuck? I know paint went up a little bit, but it didn't go up that much. I priced it out. It was like $60 a gallon for base coat, clear coat. So you're looking at $120 for the base coat and the clear coat. The reducer is probably another $30. So how did we go from $1,200 to $7,000? Yeah, that's what I said, Mako. That's where I'd have to go. The nearest one's in Fort Myers. I'd have to drive the car down there and leave it there for probably a week. But it's not a big deal because we have other vehicles. But even they want $3,000 for a decent paint job, and I mean, I'm not going to do a half-ass paint job that'll fall off a year later. I bought a 1981 Dodge Omni 024 new. Traded in on 84 Dodge Daytona Turbo. No paint problem. It was so well. I was saying Chrysler never had a problem with their paint job, to my knowledge. Ford and GM though, they were doing the machine jobs. Like my car, that's what happened. It's painted by a robot, and they got the thinnest layer of paint you could put. A machine could do it, man couldn't, and it just didn't stick. And like almost every 03, 04, and I think 05, Mercury and Fords had problems with the paint. And of course, back in the 80s, they had that was another problem. But and maybe they were experimenting with robots then too. It's all about making the most money for as little expense as you can. So we'll get a machine to do it for free, or we could pay a guy, $80 an hour to paint it. It's ridiculous, but that's where we're at with this shit. So it's unfortunate though, because like I said, this is, I suppose every generation goes through it, but I look back just a few years and I'm going, what the fuck happened here? How did that get so damn expensive? And I'm pretty set in my way. I've got what I think a price should be, and I refuse to pay more. I see something that my wife, she just bought a pumpkin. It's not a real one, it's a fake one. It's got a projector in it, has sounds and everything. It's for Halloween. It's pretty cool. It's cheap as all hell. Took us about an hour. It came in 2 halves, so it was in a smaller box. So you had to put the 2 halves together, and this shit was the flimsiest plastic. I mean, it was really, really, I mean, you could just blow on it and it would bend, So it was difficult to put together. It didn't have a positive locking system on it. So we're fucking struggling with it. We finally got it. Took both of us, one to hold the 2 pieces together, and her to put the cap on, the stem. And like I said, it's cool. Well, she paid $40 for this fucking thing. And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ, you paid about $35 more than it's fucking worth. I mean, realistically, I looked at it and said, it's worth $5. I don't give a fuck what it's got inside it. I mean, it's cool. Like I said, you turn it on and it has a motion sensor too, and it projects a face inside of it. It's animated. It's kind of cool, but $40 really? And you think for $40 they would send it, they'd give you a slightly bigger box and have it already put together for you so you don't have to fuck with it. I'm ready to throw it in the trash. He goes, oh, I'll send it back. I said, no, I'm not going to let this fucking thing beat me, We're going to figure this out one way or the other. And that was before we even turned it on to see how it works. But, I got starting to get a little aggravated with it. It's like, this is fucking bullshit. How do they get away with getting that much money for a flimsy piece of plastic piece of shit? But this is where we're at now, so But like I said, I look at things and I think I come up with a value based on probably old school thinking, I'm sure. And that's what I think something's worth. And I don't want to pay more than that for it, you know. I said even the motherboard for the computer, yeah, $150 before I got the $40 discount. But I'm thinking that's a lot of fucking money, you know. But then again, I'm looking at some other boards. There were boards there 300, 400, 490, and I'm thinking, what the fuck? They sucked your dick too, or what? You know, for that kind of money, they ought to. So, you know, like I said, I look at these prices, I'm going, no, that's ridiculous, you know. I mean, back in the day, I think I'd pay 60, $70 for a motherboard for a decent one. And I thought that was kind of pricey. Now that you get garbage for that, you know. And of course, you know, I always blame us, the buyers. If you're willing to pay the money, well, guess what? You know, if somebody offers you $1,000 for a $100 device, are you going to turn it down? Of course not. Yeah, sucker, give me the grand. Well, that's what's going on in the real world, except that, you know, they're setting the prices and we're the suckers. We're buying it anyway because, you know, we want it. We don't care what it costs. Well, I do. You know. It really sucks, man, that things have, you know, degraded to that point, but that's where we're at. And of course, the worst part is things do break. They wear out, they break. Usually at the most inopportune time. You know. I mean, it really, I had a struggle with buying the motherboard because it's September. It's my birth month, so I'm expecting money and gifts and shit from all y'all, you know. I'm only kidding, of course. My birthday, so that means my license plates have to be replaced. Car and a truck, $94. Actually, $97 because I do it through the mail. And there's a little surcharge for it. But it would cost me more in gas to go down to the tag office. So it's kind of a deal. But it's not, you know, because like I said, $47.20 each tag. That's fucking ridiculous. So I got that. Like I said, I got to start putting together money for my property taxes. That'll be coming up in November. Which I won't be able to pay it in November, but at least I'll know what it is. I probably won't pay it until January, maybe February. Let's see what else happened this month. $391 fucking electric bill. That really eats into my fucking profits. You know, all these things they happen all at once, you know. It wouldn't be so bad if it happened like when you had the money. You know, if this would have happened 4 months ago, would have been a big deal. Hey, $150, no biggie. You know. I really can't afford it, but I could, you know. But it was really tough because this is a bad month. Because everything seems to hit at the end of the year. Birthday, that means license plate fees. Property taxes. You know. Christmas, and my wife goes, what do you get me for Christmas? I said, I don't know. I don't think either one of us are going to get anything. We won't have any fucking money left, you know. I'm sure we'll get something. I mean, I'll get her something. She'll get me something. But, you know, and that's another thing. I need to buy another Christmas tree. Because the old one took a shit last year after we put it up. And it's like, yeah, this ain't going to go another year. Half the lights didn't work on it anymore. I'm looking around at fucking Christmas trees. And like, you're looking at $150 minimum. Do we need a 6-foot tree? I want an 8-foot. You know what an 8-foot tree costs? Like $400 fucking dollars. Ain't happening. We have vaulted ceilings in the living room. We could do a 10-foot tree. Can't afford that fucking thing, you know. I said, no, we're going to probably go with a 4-foot tree and save some real money. You know? Now we're not. We're getting at least a 6 or 7-foot tree. All right, whatever. But it's ridiculous. So I got to get one of those at some point. You know. Now, Tom's Trains and Things, That guy's got the luck of the Irish if there ever was one. Tom, are you Irish? He found a Christmas tree at the thrift store and I got it for next to nothing. It's a nice damn tree. I don't know if I could find one. I mean, I'll buy one used if I find a nice one. You know, I don't care. I don't need to buy a new one, but yeah, because the new ones are expensive, man. But the odds of me finding one this close to Christmas, probably pretty slim. I looked at Amazon, looked at Walmart. Actually, Walmart had better prices than Amazon. But the cheapest Walmart, I think, was 130 bucks, I think, for a 6-footer. It's crazy money to get for them things, you know. I would buy a real one, but I don't know what they're getting for real ones now. But I understood they're way up in price, too. I think the last time I bought a real one, I think I got a 6-footer for like 85 bucks, I think. You know, which you want to keep it for a month if you're lucky. You know. And it was nice because it was real, but it's like, yeah, I can't afford to do this every year, you know. So we said, screw it, we bought a fake one. And it lasted, see, we had that fake one for, I think, 7 or 8 years. You know. And once the lights started failing on it, it's like, well, it's time to get rid of it, you know. It was getting kind of ratty anyway, so. I don't know. What can I say? But, so yeah, I you know, this time of year I get hit with everything, you know. And it's going to be rough, man, but it's the way it is, you know, there's nothing I can do about it. I keep getting these damn text messages. Oh, here's one. Interesting day, Tom. I'm not going to show it, but you're probably right. Ah, it's bad. So we got a 9.5-foot tree last December for under $200 on Amazon, no lights. That was actually a good price. They had an 8-footer with lights built in. On Amazon, I think it was $420, something like that. It was outrageous. Nice tree. Like a lot of the trees I see are really thin. Like, you know, instead of coming out like a normal tree, they like just kind of come straight down almost. And they're real thin. And I'm thinking that's an ugly ass tree and they want crazy money for them. So if you want a nice tree, you're looking at, you know, anywhere from $300, $400, $500. That's fucking nuts, man. You know, for that money, it better climb down out of the attic at, you know, in December, assemble itself, plug itself in, and after Christmas is over, undo everything and go back up in the attic. Then I'd give that kind of money for it. So, you know. John says, we pull out the pre-lighted tree after Thanksgiving. Well, that's normally when you put them up. Deb usually likes to put ours up earlier, like right after Halloween. And that's like, no, it's too early. You know. But she does it anyway. Well, yeah, we got a ton of ornaments too. That's the thing. So, and that's why I didn't even want to get into it. I said, you know, we don't need a tree. There's none of our kids are here. You know, they're all out of state or out of town at the very least. You know, they're not coming for a visit because they don't give a shit. I mean, not bad-mouthed them or anything, but they got their own lives and their families, and, you know, that's their thing. So why do we have a tree? Well, Deb's like, no, we're going to have a damn tree. All right, well, I guess we're going to have a tree. I mean, if we're up to me, I'd say fuck it, and, you know. People ask me how my holiday is. It's like, this is another day, you know, and that's really the way I look at most holidays, you know. I don't care. And that's for, you know, younger people with families and stuff, kids. I mean, most of these days you don't, you know, older people don't need to celebrate, but they do anyway. Tom says, Derek, we still have an Arby's in my town. I go there once in a while for lunch. Really? That's unusual because I think there's still one in Naples. They don't have. I don't remember if there's one up here or not. I don't. There might be. I don't know. I don't go out too much anymore anyway. Dave says we have an RVs in our country, in our county too. There you go. I'm sure they're still around. Said the one in Bonita did close, but I think it was a gay thing there for the reason why. I mean, if they weren't flamers, it probably wouldn't have been so bad. And I know y'all know what a flaming gay is. The feminine or bottom. I mean, they're all dressed up in dresses and shit. It was pretty disgusting. I mean, I'm thinking there ain't no way I'm gonna eat their food. Now, if you're gay and you're quiet about it, and I don't know it, then it probably wouldn't matter. But if you're going to advertise it and shove it in our faces like that, then no, I'm not going there. Who knows what they did to the food? You never know. Joe says, we have one. Yeah, I'm sure they have them everywhere. Like I said, the one in Naples they still have, at least the last I heard. The one in Bonita did go under, which, like I said, I think was a gay thing. They have one in Fort Myers, and they probably have one here in Sebring. I don't remember. I mean, I don't get out that much, so there's a lot of stuff here in Sebring that I don't really know about. Because, I'm just not that wanderous. Where my wife, she goes, we need to go out and, see the town. I go, why? We don't have any money, so you're just going to get upset because it's like window shopping. Why would you window shop when you're poor? I say you can draw over shit you know you're never going to own. So, I mean, that's just my weird way of looking at things, but why waste the gas, driving around town to see what? Restaurants? Who the fuck cares? And John says, I think we still have an open Arby's about a mile away, but it's on the way to Chick-fil-A. And we have a Chick-fil-A that just opened up here. Now, I haven't eaten a Chick-fil-A in probably 55, 58 years. The last Chick-fil-A I ate at was up north. We had one. I was just a little kid, like 7 or 8 years old. I remember they had good food, but my wife's been after me to go there, so I'm going to have to take her there one of these days and, I'll check out the food. I'm sure it's not cheap, but then what the hell is? But yeah, I would rather eat a Chick-fil-A than Arby's, man. And we also got a, what the hell is that other restaurant that they had in Naples too that was really good? I can't remember the name of it now, but they built one of them up here too recently. And they have good food. So there's not really a lot up here. I mean, there's the usual shit, Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's. What else is here? A lot of smaller mom and pop shops, diners and shit. But like I said, I'm not really big on eating places. So I had a neighbor come over one day and says, you gotta go to this seafood restaurant. They got the best seafood. I don't eat seafood. Yeah. Why the hell am I? Because I just don't, I don't trust anything that comes out of Florida waters, I'm not a big seafood eater. I mean, I've had stuff. I've eaten shrimp. I've had lobster. I've had crab meat. Of course, fish, but, there's a lot of things I don't eat. I don't eat octopus. I don't eat squid. I don't eat clams. There's just something about that stuff that I just don't do it for me. But, it is what it is. Well, that's what my wife said. I guess that's probably true. But then you would have to define what's not expensive. It's got to be more expensive than McDonald's, I'm sure. Maybe not, though. I don't know. He said, but the food is supposed to be really good. And like I said, I wouldn't mind eating it. So when I get a few extra bucks one of these days, I'm going to take her down there and we're going to go get some Chick-fil-A. I can't remember the name of that other damn restaurant either. That's driving me nuts. Nice place though, man. They have the best burgers and steaks and everything. And they're not real expensive. They're a little pricey, but not crazy pricey. So, but I can't remember the name of it now to save my life. But you know, well, like I said, when you got budgets to deal with, going out's really not on the list. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I told her, I said, well, we can go out maybe once a month. You know, to a restaurant or diner or whatever, but somehow or another it's like, well, that just ain't gonna happen now, you know. I know McDonald's is ridiculous. Well, we ate at McDonald's. We got one down there in I can't remember the name of the town, on the way to Naples, and we stopped on the way back, me, my wife, and her mother. I got a double cheeseburger, order of fries and a Coke. Deb, I think, got a fish sandwich, fries, and a Coke. And my mother-in-law, I think she got a hamburger, fries, and a Coke. It was 40-some fucking dollars. And I'm going, are you out of your fucking minds? Jesus Christ, we're never eating here again. You know? And the food wasn't that great. You know, it's like, for that money, we should have got gourmet shit. Crazy. Derek says they all closed there. I guess you're referring to Arby's. The prices of Five Guys really shot up, like $20 for a burger, fries, and Coke. Yeah, I ate there once a few years back going down in Naples. Food was good. The burgers were huge. I think it was like $15 or $16 for a burger, fries, and Coke, you know. Which was kind of pricey, but the food was good. Like I said, the burgers were like twice, maybe 3 times the size of McDonald's, you know. And it was real meat, you know. When you walked out of there, you were stuffed, you know. You go to McDonald's and have their fucking burger and their fries. It's like, assuming you can even hold it down, you're still going to be hungry, you know. Derek says all the fancy burger places are crazy. Well, they are now, yeah. Like I said, you got Five Guys. There's Checkers is good. Now I haven't seen a Checkers. I think they shut the one down in Naples, but I used to go there for lunch once in a while with my son. It was expensive, but man, them burgers were great, you know. Raymond says I'd choose In-N-Out. Well, they don't have In-N-Outs over here. I heard they're pretty good. I heard a rumor something that they were going to bring them into the East Coast. So I don't know, but they don't. Right now, they don't have them here on the East Coast or in Florida. Trying to think, what's that other place? There's a few places that are like, you know, they're not really well-known names, you know, for burger places and stuff, and good food, but they're not cheap, you know. And like I said, you know, you have to start, you know, asking yourself, well, you know, I don't care how good the food is, there are limits to what I'm willing to pay for something. I'm not going to pay, where was it? Someplace, maybe it was out west. But a fucking burger was $15. Just for the burger. And I'm thinking, does that got filet mignon in it or what? That's just fucking nuts, man. You know. I'm thinking $2, $3 for a burger. That's all it's worth. You know. Now I tell you, they don't have many more. Burger King had the Angus burgers. It was a limited time deal. They did it twice. Those were good. They were a little expensive, but it was real Angus, Angus steak. And man, were they good. And I would just eat them up left and right. But that was the only thing they ever had here. It was worth the shit. Like I said, their fries, same problem. I'd get a gum infection eating the fries because they probably never changed the damn oil. Who knows? That's crazy, Derek. I mean, seriously. We have Hi-Fi and others, but ridiculous price, $25 burger. That come with a blowjob too, or what? For that price, it needs to. I mean, that's just fucking nuts, man. I'll go to the butcher and have filet. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you're paying the same money, right? So I'm saying I don't mind paying money for something if it's really good. Once in a while, I couldn't make a habit of it, but for a shit burger, $25. I don't care what it is. It ain't worth $25. Well, they said beef prices are going up anyway, and I noticed that because I bought steak last month, and it was a little bit higher than the month before. Now I try and buy enough for once a week to have steak dinner. Because I love steak, and my wife sort of likes it. She's not real big on it, but she knows it's good for her. So I try and get a good cut of steak for one day out of the week, for the month. So 4 steaks. Well, I don't know what they're going to cost now. I'll find out in the next day or two when I go shopping. But I imagine it might get crazy again. If it gets too high, I'll stop buying it. I just, much as I want it, I'm not willing to pay ridiculous money for it. So. John says we have beef cattle, so I get seafood when dining out, or chicken. Oh yeah, if you got beef cattle. Man, I wish I had a fucking cow. Couldn't afford to buy one, but definitely. I mean, I'm a steak and potatoes guy. I always have been. I'll take a steak over anything any day of the week. Joe says standard Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich typically costs around $4.50. Well, that's not bad. The $5.50. That's not bad at all. Huh. Now you make me want to go there more. Which would make the wife happy too, I thought it'd be more expensive than that. Apparently not. That's cool. Well, thanks for that info, man. Raymond says such high prices means I simply won't eat out. More money for trains. There you go. John's at gym there daily. Of course they are. Fucking cows, but it almost be worth it, Now, years ago, when I was still a teenager, my parents were still together. My dad it was Black Angus. It was a meat company in Fort Myers, and you could buy a side of beef. I think it was like $400 at the time. It was cheap, but it wasn't. But I mean, you got a lot for your money. I mean, and they gave you a freezer and everything. They would give you the freezer as long as you bought food from them. So they'd ship the freezer down and bought half a side of beef, or one side of beef, and there was enough meat there for the whole fucking year, And it was good. It was good beef, But I don't even know if that place is still around, and it's probably outrageously expensive, They said I'm dealing with Omaha Steaks. I don't buy steak from them, but I get my hamburger from them and the hot dogs because they're steak dogs. It's not bullshit food. The prices aren't bad. I couldn't get anything as good as that locally for half the money. So, Oh, that's true, Gerald. Dairy cows can be out there pulling on those tits all day long. Unless you got a machine, then I guess it's no big deal. But I'm sure there's a lot of work involved in it. I visited the dairy farm once in Ohio. It was cool. Um, they had machines there, and they'd hook them up, and they had like fucking 60 head of cow there. There's no way you could milk that many unless you had half the town there milking them. So still pretty cool though. Wife's been on this kick lately. She wants to get a damn goat, to take care of the grass and stuff. And I'm going, I'm not putting a fucking goat out here. It's just not happening. Well, you can get one for $200. I said, that's $199 more than I want to spend. I said, if it gets sick or something, you'll go broke taking it to the vet. That's all right. I'll buy a $200 gas weed whacker, get the same effect. And if it breaks, I'll throw it in the trash and not worry about it. John says, twice a day with dairy, Gerald, no thanks. But that's what my great-grandfather was into. Yeah, I'll bet. Like I said, it's a lot of work, but, in a way, though, I'm sure it pays for itself. Derek says, I eat Bell and Evans chicken and sweet potato 90% of the time. Bell and Evans chicken cold chills the chicken after plucking, so no chlorine bath needed to kill salmonella, and no chicken broth. Oh, that's cool. That sounds like some good chicken. I have to look into that. And that's another problem. All local stuff here is all fucked with, I wouldn't buy chicken locally, man, because it looks nasty for one. It doesn't taste that good. And I've gotten chicken from Omaha Steaks. They have the boneless breast, and I'll tell you, that's good stuff. But it's not, it's not expensive, but it ain't cheap either. So we get it every now and then. The same thing, they have codfish. We don't always buy burger and hot dogs, but I spend about $170 a month there, and then they give me a $30 coupon, so it knocks it down to about $135, $138, which isn't bad, and I get enough meat, enough food for the month. So, like I said, I'm okay with that. And this month we may not buy that much from them because, like I said, we had more expenses going out than I had planned on. Cheryl says, clean barn milk, clean milk delivery system, clean bulk tank twice a week, then farm crops the rest of the day for low pay. Yeah, I'm sure they don't make a lot of money, but I'm a little pissed off at the farmers, though, to be honest with you. Because I think they sold out the American people. And they did this years ago. In order to elevate prices, the government paid the farmers to destroy the crops so that it would create more demand, less supply, which brought the price up. And the farmers, of course, they benefited from it, but we the people didn't. And I thought, you bunch of traitors bastards. You sold us out so you can make more money. And the same with the oranges. Now, Florida is known for its oranges, right? But we don't get Florida oranges in Florida. Unless you know somebody locally. But in the stores, all the oranges and orange juice is from California. Now, California has all the Florida oranges and Florida orange juice, and they did it that way so they could jack the price up. If they sold Florida oranges in Florida, we could get it for really cheap prices. Same with California. If they kept their oranges over there, it would be a lot cheaper, but no. They're fucking us around and, beefing up the price for shipping and handling. And it's bullshit. It ain't right, So I'm a little pissed off with the farmers these days. But I guess they're kind of there's some karma involved in that because the orange crop in Florida is dying. Most of the trees are diseased. I noticed a lot of the orange tree fields out here, they're not replanting. So they're talking that they might decide to do something, grow something else, or just sell the land for condos. Well, that won't happen here in Sebring, but they'll probably wind up picking a hardier crop. Because oranges just aren't doing that good in Florida anymore. Something happened to the orange trees where they're all diseased now. So I don't know what the hell's going on with that. Yeah, like I said, there were places like that. Back in the 60s, you used to see stands on I-75 and I-95, fresh Florida orange juice. And it was, it was real stuff. But like I said, then they got smart and figured they can make more money by shipping it to California. I remember, like I said, as a young kid, young teenager, I should say, we used to get Florida orange juice all the time at some of those stands, and they were all over the place, and it was good. And it was inexpensive because, it was right here in Florida. Not anymore. Just as I had 5 trees in my yard. I had orange trees in one of the yards that I rented. And the yield wasn't real good on them. But there was enough there where you could probably make a gallon of orange juice. Maybe 2 gallons every season. Like I said, I only had 1 tree. I had a lemon tree too. So you could get lemon juice out of that. And, it was kind of cool, but then I moved into Golden Gate years later. We didn't have any orange trees in there. And the fucking health inspector come up, he says, we got reports that you're growing oranges in your house. And I'm going, no, we're not. Why would you grow them in the house? You'd grow them outside, I said, we don't have any orange trees here on the property, no citrus trees at all. Well, do you mind if I look? Yeah, I do. You got a warrant? Well, I don't need a warrant. I said, yeah, you do, dude. And you step foot in my house, you'll get a fucking bullet in your head. Without a warrant, So he left. He's kind of pissed off. But we really didn't. I mean, why would you grow citrus in your house? I guess you could, maybe. But why? No. That's kind of weird. But they were having problems with they had a disease on all the citrus trees. If you had it, you were ordered to destroy the tree immediately. And I thought, well, canker, I think it was. Citrus canker. I didn't know that much about it, but, Derek says the oranges here suck. They are dry and they have seeds. And that's the navel oranges, even sun-kissed. Wow. And Gerald says I got 4 to 6 gallons per year. Yeah, that's pretty good. John said, my first trip to Florida, I was surprised to see all the citrus growing on trees. Like I said, back in the day, not that long ago, it was not uncommon to see citrus trees in people's yards. Like I said, anyway, grapefruit, lemons, oranges, tangerines. But because of the problem with the citrus canker, they pretty much eliminated that. I mean, the likelihood that your tree wouldn't have the disease was pretty slim. And if it had it, they gave you like so many days to, rip it out of the ground and destroy it, burn it. I think you had to do it. And it's like, where it came from, I have no idea. It's like I said, they fuck up everything. I mean, some of these people can fuck up a wet dream without even trying. What are you gonna do? It is what it is. I just looked at the clock and I see it's after 9 o'clock. Time flies when you're having fun, I guess. Yeah, it's 9:02. What's that? The suburbs were built in Old Orange. Yeah, that's true. What is it? I thought it was citrus canker. I could be wrong, but that seemed to resonate with me. So it wasn't really a problem. It didn't affect the fruit. You could still eat it. It wasn't dangerous, but it was highly contagious and would go from tree to tree. I guess eventually it fucked up the tree. I don't know, but because I remember asking somebody about it, I said, well, what's the problem here? Well, it's citrus canker. It's highly contagious to other trees. And I'm going, well, does it ruin the fruit? Oh no, the fruit's fine. You can still eat it, but it ruins the tree. Well, then let the tree get ruined and be done with it. What the fuck? I don't know. I don't understand half of this shit. They always over exaggerate everything and make a bigger deal out of shit than it isn't. There's I was watching a video today. I think I started talking about it earlier. That 12 doctors, I think they were fired from the CDC, but they didn't specify, were protesting in Washington, and they're demanding that RFK Jr. either quit or get fired. They're mad at him because, he's telling the truth about vaccines. Well, the problem is, of course, there's one doctor, he said, well, RFK says that, you can get autism from the MMR vaccine. That's a lie, and we all know it. Well, you may know it, but we don't. Why are the numbers for autism so high? And why did they start coming up right after the MMR vaccine came out? And he was talking about measles, and then he fucked up. He goes, well, 18,000 people died from measles last year. 3 people died, 18,000 got the measles. Yeah, that sounds more like it. If 18,000 people died from the measles, that would become a pandemic. 3 people died, probably had nothing to do with the measles. They were probably not in that good a shape to begin with. Hey, all you older guys like me, they didn't have the MMR. We didn't have vaccines for that shit. Everybody got the measles, the mumps, the chicken pox, and we all lived through it. I didn't know anybody that died from it. I'm sure maybe somebody did, but they probably had other problems that they would have died anyway. But I'd rather take a chance with death that is rare than almost be guaranteed I'm going to be fucked up mentally with autism. It just makes sense. It's definitely highly suspect, Jim. So, well, of course it is, and I'm pretty sure that's what it is. Now, a lot of people don't know this, but when polio was a problem back when it was in the 40s or 50s, I think 40s or 50s, I don't remember which. If you got polio, it would leave you crippled. It could even kill you. Well, they came up with a polio vaccine. What most people aren't aware of, and this is a historical fact, you could find out, the polio vaccine actually gave a lot of the kids polio because they used a live virus at the time. They didn't correct it until like a year after, and about that time that polio was on its way out anyway. It ran its course, and they say the vaccine never actually stopped polio. It simply ran its course and went away. I don't really know if that's true or not, but that's what the historical facts are on it. But remember, the first polio vaccine actually infected the kids that it was supposed to prevent from happening, Well, that's true, Gerald. Measles are bad for adults if you've never had them. Now, like I said, most of us kids had them, so you're fine. Same with chicken pox. If you get chicken pox as an adult, you will become sterile. I think measles does something similar. Or maybe it's worse. But most kids, probably all kids, got sick, got over it, life went on. I remember when I got chicken pox, my mother called everybody in the neighborhood that had kids. My son's got chicken pox. Send your kids over here. They can get infected too. And they did. We all got it. We all got over it. And life went on. You know. So, Dave says, where'd he go? I knew a kid when I was a kid that happened. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. There's, you know, I don't know if I got the vaccine or not for polio, Gerald. I know I didn't get many shots. I got the one in the arm. I still have the scar for it. Most of us, you know, from the 50s and 60s, we all got it. I don't think that wasn't a polio vaccine. That was something else. That I remember. I don't remember getting any shots, you know, as a kid. If they gave me as a baby, I wouldn't remember, obviously, but I don't think there were many that you got even as a baby. And I think at some point they stopped giving out the polio, I think. Maybe they still do it, I don't know, but it's a waste of time, you know. John says, my mother's mother had polio and one of her legs was stunted. I don't know if she ever had the vaccine. Well, they didn't have the vaccine probably back then. To your grandmother, I don't know. Like I said, they came out with the vaccine later on. And Raymond said, I never got the vaccine for number 19. Oh, yeah, the coof. And I'm alive and well. I didn't either. You know, they wanted it. Well, you're going to have to get, no, I'm not taking it. Fuck you. Try and give it to me. Somebody's going to die and it ain't going to be me. You know. And I got it. I got sick, and you know, so did my wife. And we got over it. It was like a flu. That's all it was. You know, and most people would have been fine. The ones who did die from it, naturally, would have died from it anyway, because the flu would kill, they said 56,000 people a year in this country. You know, because you usually had other medical problems that you just couldn't handle it. But what really happened with, you know, 19, they were actually killing some people to make it worse than it was. If you were intubated, you were dead, more than likely. If they gave you that one drug, can't remember the name of it, that would wipe out your kidneys, you're dead. You know. And they wouldn't let you take a cure that they knew worked, like ivermectin or that other one. It was ivermectin and two others that worked. Oh no, that won't work. You can't take that. Yeah, because they were afraid it would work. So, you know. Gerald said, my first cousin died from polio in the 50s. He was 15. Oh, my condolences, man. He was 15 years old. Well, I said it did kill some people. Other people just fucked up their legs and shit. But it was a serious disease. But, you know, like I said, the problem with the problem with vaccines is you build up a resistance for things you breathe in. They've already proven, I mean, you do your research, as I did, you cannot create a vaccine that goes into your bloodstream because your body doesn't know what to do with it. If you inhale it, because they were trying to make an inhalable vaccine for flu and whatever, they never could perfect it. But that's the best way to build a resistance to anything, to build an immunity. You inhale it, you'll become immune. If you shoot it into your bloodstream, your body doesn't know what to do with it. And they keep saying, well, it's not a live virus. Well, it don't matter whether it's dead or not. My dad used to get the flu shot every year. And every year he would get deathly ill. That's why I never got it. I'm like, oh, fuck, I don't want to get sick. Fuck that shit. If I get sick, I'll take my chances. You know, but he says, you take that shot, you know you're going to get sick. Why would you do that? So I never would take it, you know. And he just never got it because, you know, he believed the doctor. Doctor said, oh, you need to get your flu shot. He went ahead and got it, you know. John said she was born around 1910. Oh yeah, they didn't have the shot back then. They had polio though. I mean, like I said, polio was around for a long time. I don't know what actually causes it. You know, a lot of the stuff that they had was due to poor hygiene and stuff because they didn't have good hygiene back in the day. Not really, you know. And they still have a lot of diseases in Mexico. You know, they still have the Black Plague down in Mexico. I mean, you could cure it now with antibiotics, but back in the day, they didn't have antibiotics, so you died from it. Same thing with tuberculosis. TB is a big problem in Mexico, but you can cure it with antibiotics, so it's not that big of a deal. But I'll tell you, it's crazy. But Dave says, when my son was born, I hovered over them. No shots or vaccines, except vitamin C. He is a healthy 20. Exactly. Well, you know, my son, my youngest son, Skylar. Was it Skylar? Yeah, I think. Yeah, it was Skylar. 2 years old, 4 years old, 5 years old. He needed a shot to go into kindergarten. It's the last shot he needed to take. I didn't like the idea of giving him any shots, but I had no control over the first ones because, you know, me and his mother were never married. We weren't even together. I mean, I was a good dad to him, but that, you know, that was about it. Anyway, so he was down here with me. I had custody of him for a while, another story I ain't going to get into. And I went to enroll him in school, and they said, well, he still has this one shot he needs to get. I said, all right. So I went down to the clinic, and I says, he needs this shot. I says, can you tell me a little bit about the shot? Are you still using mercury suspension? Oh, no, we don't use that anymore. I says, all right. You go ahead and give him the shot then. But if something happens to him, it will happen to you. And the doctor started laughing. He said, what do you mean? I said, if he dies or gets fucked up, you're a dead man. You told me the shot is safe, now you can put your money where your mouth is. If it's safe, go ahead and give it to him. But if something happens, I'm going to take you out. Well, maybe your son doesn't really need that shot. We can get him an exemption. Swear to God. Hey, but you said it's safe. Well, yeah, but, you know, anything can happen. I said, so it's not safe. You're lying. You know, he said, no, I'm telling you it's safe. I said, well, if it's safe, then, you know, put your life on the line for it. If you think it's that safe, you should have no problem. He wouldn't do it. So I wound up getting a religious exemption for him. And he never got the shot. So, and unfortunately, most people don't know you can do that. But, you know, but that's what I did. I said, you know, look, if he needs a shot, that's fine. But are you willing to back it up with your life? You know. Now he was diagnosed with AHD, or AHD, something like that. You know, hyperactivity. So they put him on fucking Adderall. I didn't know about it because when he was having problems up with his mother, she called me up and said, you're going to have to take him again, and he's just not doing well up here. I said, all right, fine. I go up to get him, and she says, oh, by the way, here's his pills. I go, what pills? He says, well, you know, she's on Adderall. I said, isn't Adderall basically the same thing as Ritalin? He said, well, yeah, but it's different. I said, but it's for ADHD, right? She says, well, yeah. I said, how long has he been on these things? Oh, about 2 years now. Are you out of your fucking mind? You know. So I took the bottle, threw it right in the trash. Said, well, as of now, he's off of them. What the hell's wrong with you giving your kid poison like that? He didn't need him down there, you know. He had some disciplinary issues, but, you know, we sorted that out pretty quick. So, you know, but putting him on pills was stupid. Well, what fucked him up? He's developmentally behind. He's not really retarded, but he's educationally challenged. I don't know. In other words, he's having a tough time. He's not where he should be for his age. Now he's in his, you know, late 20s now, and he's doing better. Of course, he's, you know, transgendered now. Sort of. All that shit fucked him up, man. I don't care what anybody says, you know. But like I said, I was always against anything like that. If there's a problem, you deal with the problem. You don't throw pills at it. Joe says, my wife's aunt got polio as a teen and spent the rest of her life in a wheelchair. That's what usually happened. Like I said, death was it happened, but it was rare. Most time you were just left crippled. It still sucks, but Dave says, I took Arithamax for my COVID for 4 days. Knocked it right out. Oh, I didn't know about that one. That's good. That's pretty cool. Well, yeah, like I said, any of the stuff. I bought ivermectin. It was the horse paste. I never used it. But I figured if I did get it, that's what I would use, you know, because they were saying you can get it over and over again. Well, that was not true, because both me and my wife got it, and I think we have a natural immunity to it. Except for she got COVID up north in Michigan while she was there, but it was real mild, you know. But it was a strain. I don't think the strains you're immune to that, but the actual original COVID, if you had it, you build up a natural immunity to it. The people that got the shot, they don't build an immunity to it because it fucks up their immune system. So, you know. ADHD, that's what it is. I couldn't remember what the hell it was. See what those drugs do? Of course they do. That's what I'm saying. I don't trust none of that shit. I don't trust doctors. You know. To me, doctoring is like work. It's a job. And what's your first primary point of having a job? To make money. You know. And doctors are like that now. I mean, they weren't always that way. I remember as a kid, the doctor coming to the house, you know, up north. They made house calls back then. And even though my parents had the money to pay them, but if they didn't, sometimes they would trade stuff, you know, make them a nice meal or, you know, whatever. But they don't do that shit now, man. I took ivermectin too. I said, I got it here and I'll keep it. You can't buy it anymore at Tractor Supply. I think you can only get it with a prescription now, but before you didn't need it. It was for horses, you know. Of course, people were stupid. A tube was for like a 1,400-pound horse. And nobody weighs that much, so, you know, you have to like just use a tiny, tiny little bit, you know. I knew that. I knew how to dose it, so, you know. And like I said, I would have took it as a last resort. A lot of those people, if they'd have took it, they'd be alive today, you know. Dave says, I don't trust doctors. Well, you can't. The motherfuckers will kill you to make a buck, you know. I had a spot on my lung many, many years ago. Showed up in an MRI I got, and right away they wanted to go in there and do, you know, they thought it was cancer. I'm going, no, it's not. I said, I'm telling you, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. Doctor got all pissed off. Well, it's your life. You want to throw it away. I said, no, you know, if it is cancer, you can't fix it anyway. I'm going to die either way. So why worry about it? You go in there fucking around, you may make it worse. I said, well, just let it take its course. If I'm supposed to die, then I guess I'm going to die. I said, but I'll die without buying you a new fucking house. Well, that really pissed him off. He said, I don't like what you're suggesting. I said, but it's true. I said, what does cancer treatments cost now? It's over $1 million. And the patient still dies. I'm going to die. I'm going to die without making you rich. Pretty much the way it goes, you know. He didn't like it, but, you know, the truth's the truth no matter how much you don't want to hear it. Turns out, 13 years later, when I had the heart attack and was in Orlando, getting the pacemaker and shit, and they put stents in, they wouldn't do anything until they saw the spot too. But we have to biopsy. He says, you're wasting your time. Why? He says, well, how big is it? He says, like 1.2 millimeters. I said, that's the same size it was 13 years ago. If it were cancer, I'd be fucking dead by now. It's nothing. We have to check it, otherwise we can't fix you up. Fine, whatever. I was pissed about it, you know. They did the biopsy, which was, and I mean, I had to get knocked out for it and everything. 3 days later, he comes back in and he said, well, you were right, it was nothing, it was benign. Duh. He goes, what do you mean? I said, I told you 13 years, I'd be dead already. If it were cancer. Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah, if you'd have listened to me, could have saved us both the aggravation. So, you know. Like I said, it's just, I don't know. People, they said, I don't trust doctors. It's all about the money, you know. I don't know. I had, you know, Medicare at that point, so I don't know what it cost. It didn't cost me anything. It was probably about a $30,000-$40,000 operation. Hell, I don't know. You know. Somebody made money off of it. Wasn't me. Gerald says Texas passed new law that ivermectin is available with no prescription from a pharmacist. And it should be. I wish they'd do that here. They probably will. Today was the first day that they took away the mandate for any vaccines. So you don't have to vaccinate your kids anymore to get them in school. And boy, a lot of doctors are pissed off about it. Oh, they're all gonna fucking get sick and die. No, they'll be fine. You know. And then they were even bitching about that up in Washington today. The 12 doctors, you know. Well, measles is gonna be out of control. People are gonna die. No, nobody dies from measles. Not many anyway. You know. 3 out of 18,000. That's a pretty good deal. How many of those kids that were vaccinated are autistic now? I think they said the new number is 1 in 6 of every kid born is autistic after they get like 72 shots in the first month that they're alive. What the fuck is wrong with these doctors? You know. Don't give me that crap that isn't causing a problem. It is, and they know it. Great news, Gerald. It's as good for fixing lots of problems. Well, it is. They said ivermectin actually cures cancer. Some of the people that took it, their cancer went away. Which, once again, kind of, you know, because basically it's a, it kills worms and stuff. It's a deworming thing. So maybe cancer isn't what we think it is. I don't know. You know, if it kills cancer, that's pretty amazing, right? Yeah, it is awesome news, Dave. I mean, I was surprised. But like I said, our governor's kind of really on top of things. I mean, I don't know if he's doing it for us or if he's doing it because he wants to be president one day. He says, you know, we don't feel like you should be forced by the government to inject stuff into your body without your consent. And he's right, you know, I mean, you had no choice, really. I mean, it was getting harder and harder to get religious exemptions. And your kid gets 72 fucking shots before they can even crawl. How in the fuck can that be good for a baby? You know. I mean, my wife said that her granddaughter, sort of my granddaughter too, I guess. She got like 4 shots, like right after she was born, 2 in each leg. Oh, what the fuck? Yeah, that's true, Gerald. I mean, it was really high. Autism was like 1 in 20,000. Now it's like 1 in 6. There's got to be a causal reason there, and what's the only thing that makes sense is the vaccines. What else would be causing it? You know. Of course, you know, well, no, it's not the vaccines. The vaccines are safe and effective. They said the same thing about the COVID vaccine too. Remember, it's safe and effective. And now everybody's dropping dead that got it. You know, you can't trust these fuckers. They'll tell you whatever they want you to hear. Vaccines can't. Exactly, they did. If I didn't have bad luck, I'd have no luck at all. Hey, Trade Man 1. Damn it, I forgot your name. Now it'll come to me eventually. Been a long time since you've been in here. Good to see you, man. I'm bad with names. If I don't hear them all the time, I'll forget. So why'd you have bad luck? What's going on, man? Gotta be something to make you say that. Of course, we all say that once in a while. And I got your name right on the tip of my tongue and I can't remember. Ah, that's bad. I'm terrible with names. Mickey, that's what it is. Mickey, how you doing? My work schedule has been keeping me away from the tablet. Yeah, that happens, man. Sometimes life gets in the way of the fun shit. Just the way it goes. Normally, I'm not on this late either. I've been kind of slacking back lately. This is the longest I've been on in a while, I think. Dave says, "Hey Jim, can you light me up where like the wrench?" Oh, you want the wrench? Yeah, I could do the wrench. Let me see here. Hold on just a second. We're gonna give you a wrench. Oh shit, where'd it go? Try this again. Add as moderator. Standard moderator. There you go. Alright, next time you chat, you'll have your wrench. John says, just like the old days, Jim, going till 10 o'clock. Yeah, probably. What the hell? I'm feeling good today. Of course, I've been napping so much these days. I sleep a lot, you know. I don't know if the weather's part of the problem. And I can't sleep through the night. I go to bed at midnight, sometimes later, and I wake up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. I can't go back to sleep, so I'm up till 7. Then all of a sudden it hits me, I gotta go back to sleep. Well, I'm sleeping 3 or 4 hours, so my sleep schedules are all fucked up. I don't know what to do about it. Did I hide them? Oh shit, well, something jumped on me here. I might have put them in timeout. Hold on a second. Oh yeah, good. Sorry about that, Mickey. There you go. You're good to go now. my finger slipped when I was trying to give Dave the wrench. Shit happens. Mickey, you're back on there, so we'll see you again. My mouse doesn't work that good on this computer, so I use the pad on there, and the pad's tricky. You still there, Mickey? Go ahead, type something in. We'll make sure you're not hidden. There you go. You're good to go. Hear no evil, speak no evil, see no evil. Yeah, there you go. Ah, jeez, I'm telling you, I'm terrible. Hey, if I were perfect, I wouldn't be doing this shit, right? I'd be sunbathing in the Caribbean somewhere. But I'm not. So, I don't know. Yeah, I'm here, but you know, oh, did you lose your wrench too? Son of a bitch. Hold on a second. We're going to give you a wrench. I'll tell you what. Oh, wrong place. We're going to give you a wrench here in a minute. Add a moderator, yes. Standard moderator. And save. Alright, you got your wrench back. Next time you put something in the chat, you'll see your wrench. I'll tell you what. I could fuck up a wet dream too without trying. Ah, look at the mess my request caused. Ah, don't worry about it, Dave. No big deal. My fault, nobody else's. It is what it is, right? Yep, Trey Man got his wrench back. There you go. Jim, you're perfect. A perfect a-hole. Just kidding. There you go. That's probably more accurate than not. Yeah, well, you know what happens. John said he subbed to you, Dave. Cool. Am I subbed to you? I don't even know. Let me see if I think I am, but I'm not sure. See if I can do this without fucking up anything. We'll find out here in a minute. This thing is so slow. The laptop. I probably am, but I'm not 100% sure. And it's slowly coming up. No, I'm not either. Alright, well damn it. Alright, I'm going to subscribe to you. And I'm subbed to you. Yay! All notifications. Alright, I'm subbed to you too now, Dave. That worked out pretty good. Ah, you're quite welcome, man. Yeah, there we go. I got a thanks from Dave for John, and oops, thanks for me. Stormy Steve, Stormy Jen, and now Stormy Dave. It's a good thing you guys usually put your names after the Stormy, because I have no idea who's who. So what else we got going on here? What the fuck? We stayed on target with the trains for what, about an hour? Hour and a half? And something just went to hell, didn't it? Just makes me want to burn something with my new toy, you know. Alright. I don't have nothing to burn though. Not today anyway. Oh, you started that and dragged them along. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool. Huh. That'll work. Hey, Pogo, you awake? Are you awake? You gonna come up here and say hi? No? Probably not. Come on. Come on up here. Come on. Yeah, camera shy. I can't get him to come in my lap. As soon as I turn off the show, he'll be up in my lap. But as long as I'm talking to you guys, he want nothing to do with it. Can't even bribe him with a pepperoni. Started the name pool. Well, yeah, that was a smart move because Otherwise, we wouldn't know. I would just say, Stormy, you know, how you doing? Not really knowing who I'm talking to, you know. Stormy Daniel? Who's Stormy Daniel? And I wish everybody would do that. If you have a, you know, if you have a channel name that isn't your name, I know some of the guys do that. They'll put their name after it. I think James does that. Um, Even though we know who he is, but I mean, not now I do, but you know, before it's like, who is this? You know. So that helps until I get to know you and I can memorize your name and associate with that channel. So it is what it is. That's why, you know, when you remember when YouTube made that big deal over getting your channel name straightened out because, you know, people were doing different things. I decided to just stay with my name because, you know, well, why don't you just go with Millennium County Road, which I was basically using anyway. I said because not everybody knows who I am, so it's better if I use my name. They can associate it later with Millennium County Railroad, and that's how it went down. John says, whatever happened to her skeevy lawyer, Gerald? That's interesting. Locked up, I think. That figures. And Tom says, that's why I like when their name is in the channel name. Like my channel name is mine. Well, that's why I did the same thing. It just makes it easier to remember, you know. You know who you're talking to, and eventually you'll associate the channel name with the owner of the channel. The way I see it, you know. It's the other way around. It's a little tougher. Because they were gonna assign names, I remember, unless you chose one. I said, well, I better get mine in there now before they screw it all up, you know. I know they did assign some names to some of the channels. I don't know. So, hopefully next week, Steve and Jenny have their cat named Stormy too. I think somebody brought that up not that long ago. I remember hearing that. That's kind of cool. What am I doing this coming week in here? Probably finishing up the wiring for the bus lines. At least getting everything ran anyway. And then after that, I guess I'm going to start working on the turnout motors. And at least get everything prepped for it anyway. A black cat. Like I said, we got 4 kittens running around. We have a calico kitten, which I think is the best looking one. Because Deb says she's going to keep the mother cat and one of the babies. And I said, yeah, well, you going to keep the calico? No, I'm going to keep the white one. Fuck that white cat, man. And the other 2 are, they're they're, shit, what they're like an orange and white, something like that. I like the calico myself. I think it's the prettiest cat. She's pretty smart. It's a female. And I says, why would you get that white fucking cat, which is stupid, when you could have the fucking intelligent one? She's terrible at picking out animals, though. She always was. So she'll probably regret getting that white one, I'm sure. But that's her choice, and I'll respect it. But, John says, we want to see trains running next time. Well, I don't know if I can do it for next week. It's possible. or at the very latest the week after, 2 weeks. But yeah, I'd like to see them running too. They haven't run in forever. I mean, it's just been, you know. But then again, my layout's been a kind of a mess because I've been doing things on there, and you know, I got to really reorganize, and there's so much stuff that needs to be done. And because I'm not here every day, and I'm not here all day, you know, I have very limited time to fool around in here. And my other problem is, you know, I do the wise guy videos. I was, you know, at one point I was saying I was only going to do one a week. That went out the window real fast. So now I'm averaging 3 to 4 a week. They take up a lot of my time, and I can't really do both, you know. My show runs an hour. So I'll run the hour, you know, recording. Then I got to edit it. Add pictures or whatever, you know, it might be needed. Then it has to be loaded up into Rumble. Rumble will process it. Then I've got to take the link after it's processed, and that could take anywhere from half an hour to 2 hours to process. Now that I could be doing other things while that's happening. I don't need to be in front of the computer, but so after that, then I got to load up. I got to put the link in the email. Load up all my email group. Put my memes of the day in, which is anywhere between 4 and 6 memes. Which I collect memes to put in there. Try and be similar to whatever the subject is. And then send that out, and then I'm actually done with it, you know. So the whole process could take probably 4 to 5 hours from the start recording the video to the time that it actually gets emailed out. So, you know, it is kind of interfering with my trains a little bit, but you know, it is what it is. Gerald says, Jim, never question your wife's taste. I know, but I really want to, though, because, you know, I don't know. I've always had good luck picking animals, you know, pets. And she's not had good luck with it. I mean, you know. She's got a Chihuahua, a little white Chihuahua. Lucky. It's a cool dog. Dumber than a box of fucking rocks, you know. Can't housebreak it, so it does its business pretty much everywhere. And she gets pissed off. You don't know what the fuck I am. I said, well, because you can't pick dogs. Why in the fuck would you pick a Chihuahua of all dogs, you know? So, but yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it really is her choice, so. Dave says, maybe I will have another layout up before I die. Waiting on a micro-engineering ladder track switch. Wow. We ain't that old, are you, Dave? But it takes time, and I understand that, because, you know, money, I don't know about you, money doesn't fall out of my ass. I wish it did, but it doesn't, so because of that, it takes longer to get anything accomplished. It is what it is, you know. John says, are you doing point-to-point, Dave? And Dave says, yes, John, 1880s to 1910 era HO scale. That's cool. Well, I'd like to see that when you get it finished. John says, very cool. Time period, I will check out your channel. Yeah, I need to too. Well, now that I'm subbed to you, I can actually check it out. Dave says, pushing 70 at the end of October. Well, you're only 5 in front of me. Actually, 4 in front of me. I'll be 66 on the 13th of this month. You know, I feel like I'm over 70. But, I mean, I don't know. Longevity runs in my family, but none of my family members ever had a stroke, so I don't know if that's going to affect my lifespan or not. I hope it doesn't, because 91 seems to be the magic number for the men. And, you know, I would have no issue going to 91. So, you know, the 70's really not old though, man. I mean, not really, you know. So, I don't know what your family history is, but that's always a good indicator of how long you live. If you have longevity in your family line, chances are you're going to live long too. Not much there on my channel. It all goes to SSRP channel. Okay. Oh yeah, Stormy Sky, right? That makes sense. Well, you know, you only live once, so, you know, I mean, if you can find time to do some stuff, then get cracking, you know. Sounds scary. Yeah, not really. People are living longer nowadays, mostly. I mean, as long as you never got the shot, you know, for the C19, there's a good probability you'll live a long life. If you took the shot, you're already dead, just don't know it yet. You know, and unfortunately, that's the truth. I mean, more than likely, unless you were lucky, because my understanding was that 50% of the people who got it, it was a placebo. The other 50% got the real thing, and they're the ones who are dropping dead left and right. So, you know, but best not to get it at all. So, parents lived to 83, 84ish, no vax. And you'll probably live at least that long, and maybe longer, you know. As I said, that's always a good indicator. Now, like I said, my dad lived to 91. My mother only made it to 80, but they killed her in the hospital because she was allergic to morphine. All over the place, in her charts and everything. Do not give this woman morphine, it will kill her. What did they do? They gave her fucking morphine. She died. You know. She had like a minor stomach virus or something. It wasn't nothing serious. And she should have lived well in her 90s as well, because in her family, her parents and grandparents all lived into their 90s. So, once again, doctors, you know. They say, if you can stay away from doctors, you'll live longer and healthier. I believe that. You know. I was doing real good till I had the stroke. It seems like I'm going downhill faster because of these fucking doctors. Hey, you guys are going to get a kick out of this one. I almost forgot. My kidney doctor, because I have some kidney issues, not bad, but according to the doctor, I'll be fine. I'll live another 50 years if I can keep my numbers where they're at, which I won't live 50 years anyway. But anyway, my wife, she reads the local news. I don't. He's in Sebring here. Well, he got popped. I may have to try. I guess I'm done with him. I don't know, because I have an appointment with him in like 3 weeks, or 4 weeks, somewhere around there, somewhere in October, for 3-month checkup. Well, he supposedly inappropriately touched one of his coworkers. He's playing grab ass or what, but he's in deep shit. I don't know what's going to happen. This is the second doctor I had that's gotten in trouble with the law. My first doctor was down in Naples. He was my diabetic doctor. He got popped as a domestic terrorist. They raided his house. They said he had bomb-making materials, which we all do, you know. He had bomb-making materials, and he had prescriptions that weren't in his name, because I guess, you can turn into your scripts to your doctor, and he'll dispose of them for you. That's what he was doing, but I don't know how they turned it around, but yeah. So anyway, he wound up in prison. He was the only diabetic doctor in Naples at the time. I think he still is. Well, he's not in business anymore. I mean, this is 2 doctors I lost to the fucking law already. It's getting old. Yeah, Derek. My kidneys will live another 50 years. I won't. That's 50 years. I'd be what, 110, something like that, 120. I mean, it could happen, but not likely. Derek says you bring out the best in your doctors. Nah, I wouldn't go that far. And I like the guy. You know, he's funny. He seems pretty intelligent. You know, and you know, this shit ain't right, man. Yeah, I heard about Gary Busey, man. He's fucked. What the hell, you know? I mean, I don't know if people are being targeted or just stupid. I don't know what the hell's going on. Like I said, I'm getting tired of even looking at the news anymore because it's all bad. You don't even know if it's true or not half the time. Yeah. Trump had a press conference yesterday, was it? He went live. I watched it. And mostly it was about him moving the Space Force from Colorado to Alabama, which he wanted to do in his first term. And then Biden kind of, stuck it to him and said, fuck you, we're going to keep it in Colorado, which is a stupid place for it anyway. It should be near the water, in case, the splashdown and stuff. It doesn't make sense to have it, wherever. All right, Tom. Well, thanks for popping in, man. Hey, have a good week. I'll talk to you soon, and have a good night, man. Be safe, okay? So, what was I saying? So anyway, they were all this. Well, he's going to let everybody know he's going to resign because his health is failing him. He's dying. And I'm going, you motherfuckers, what the hell are you even talking about? Had nothing to do with that. It was mostly about moving the fucking Space Force from Colorado to Alabama. And Dave said they're all vaxxed, their brains fall out. That's possible. I mean, it makes you wonder, doesn't it? Yeah, that one, it was a black guy. I don't know. They don't go into great detail. It's a really sketchy story, but he supposedly had an altercation with, I don't know, his wife or girlfriend over the price of food or something to do with the baby. Anyway, he left the kid in the intersection and then ran the kid over with his car. Killed the kid, I guess. How does that even happen? They're leaving out some key aspects of the fucking story. They have to be. Hey, Messy Modeler. How's it going, man? You taking off too, Gerald? All right, have a good one, man. Thanks for popping in. Be safe, have fun, and we'll see you next week. Oh, yeah, I did forget to say it. Yeah, don't do anything I wouldn't do, and that leaves you wide open. That's true, it does, too, So, Messy, how you doing? Well, I mean, the news is so fucked up lately, I mean, all the murders going on and everything. I mean, people just got nuts. And I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here, That's why I don't go out. I don't want to get involved in any of this shit. Just leave me the hell alone, I have enough arms here to defend myself if need be. And I don't want to be bothered by anybody else's bullshit, Because it's getting crazy out there. But, and they're still talking about, well, Trump's got a lump on his back and he's dying and then you're just going to have to tell us pretty soon. I'm thinking, you motherfuckers are wishful thinking is all it is, Yeah, it's the water. It might be messy. I don't know. I'm beginning to wonder, There's something either in the water or the food or something. Or somebody's smoking some wacky weed. Because there's something just not right here. What the hell was I going to say? Shit, I lost my train of thought. Hate when that happens. Oh yeah, they're up Trump's ass for sinking that ship. It was good. I don't know if you guys seen it. It's on YouTube. They fucking did a video. They blew this drug boat out of the water. Killed all 11 on board. They're going, hell yeah, do it. Do it again. Do it. Keep doing it, Well, I don't blame the weed. It could be the chemtrails too. Who knows? Uh, they're up his ass. He said he committed a war crime. He fucking killed the bad guys, for Christ's sake. How could that be a war crime? You know? I mean, I swear to God, if he found a cure for cancer or found a way to achieve immortality, they would still crucify him over it. You saw it, John? Fuck yeah, that was something to see, wasn't it? It was definitely lit, man. Not the holy fuck, man. That's about time they did that shit, you know? Instead of fucking dicking around, arresting them and they just get back out and do it over again anyway. Let's blow them the fuck out of the water, right? Even the presidential candidate Waltz made comments about being hopeful that Trump will die. Yeah, well fucking Waltz is an asshole anyway, he should die. But, that's the thing. Every time Trump does something good, they're up his ass over it. And I'm going, the guy's helping us, for Christ's sake. He's killing the bad guys. We need to kill the bad guys. Now, it's funny because, he cleaned up D.C., where they were having multiple murders every day. Now they had one murder in the last week. That's how much he cleaned it up. He said, I had arrested 116 people. We confiscated numerous arms, all kinds of shit. Yeah, tampon Tim. He probably uses one too. So he said that we took care of the problem. And I don't know what he actually meant. I don't know if he had them killed or deported them. I'm thinking he probably threw them out of the country, the criminals. If putting them in jail ain't going to do any good, They'll just get back out. And I'm thinking, well, that's a good thing. I suggested it in my Wise Guy video before any of this shit happened. We should go into the fucking neighborhoods where we have problems. I'm not being racist, but we should go in, and if you're a troublemaker, regardless of your color or race, you should be given a choice. Leave on your own or we're going to send you somewhere. But you're not staying here. And that's the only way you're going to fix it. Putting them in jail don't do no fucking good. And that cost us, the taxpayers, a bunch of money anyway. Why am I fucking footing the bill for some asshole that can't follow the law? Let's just throw him the fuck out, Like I said, I don't know what he did. I don't really care. If he took him out over the Atlantic and threw him out of an airplane without a parachute, that's fine by me, They're criminals. Who the fuck cares? Dave says Tim Tampon was spewing hatred all over 2 weeks ago. A latter-day tranny went nuts up there. Yeah, I know. And that's another. Well, now the latest one. And this I do have a problem with. Apparently, the DOJ wants to ban transgenders from owning firearms. I got some issues with that. Wouldn't it make more sense to eliminate the transgenders? If they don't have guns, they'll just find something else to, Now imagine that idiot that just, killed them kids in the school. Well, he killed 2 and wounded 17, something like that. Now imagine if he couldn't get a gun. All right, well, let's see, I got bomb making materials in my house because everybody does. So he makes a homemade bomb, lobs it in the fucking classroom. Let's say the classroom has 40 kids in there. 30 of them fucking die. You think that's worse than you think that's better than a gun? Really? That's what'll happen. They'll just use something else. In England, they banned guns. They made everybody give up their guns. So what happened? Did the murder rate go down? No. They weren't getting shot anymore. Now they're getting knifed. So now they ban knives. So what's happening? Now they're clubbing each other. They're talking about banning clubs next. If you want to take a life, you'll find a way to do it. A gun may be convenient, but it's certainly not the only way. Probably not even the best way. You've got knives, you've got swords, you've got bows and arrows. You got ball and chain, you got maces, you got a whole slew of fucking weapons you can get your hands on. You can kill somebody with a pencil if you know what you're doing. And if none of that all works, just get your car and run them down. You know, you don't pick on the tool. You go after the asshole using the tool. And that's what they need to do. Let's make transgender a fucking mental illness again and take these assholes off the street. You know, if you think you're a girl but you're really a man, you got problems. Ice picks, absolutely. I mean, there's a million tools you can use, you know. This is a deadly weapon. You know. Hell, this is a deadly weapon if you know what to do with it. You know, humans are just not that, we're just not that rugged, man. We're easy to kill. John makes a good point, and of course you really can't, but they will try anyway. How can you rationalize pro-waste, fraud, abuse, and crime? Can people really? Yes, they can. If they're Democrats. No, look what's going on in Chicago right now. They had 50 people were fucking shot. I don't remember how many died. 15 died or 5 died. I don't remember, but 50 people were shot over the weekend. And the mayor and the governor, we don't need no help. We got it under control. Really? Because Trump wants to send the National Guard up there. Well, you can't send the National Guard here. That'd be against the Constitution. Well, what the fuck is the National Guard there for anyway? That's their job. You can't bring in the Army because that would be illegal. That's, part of the Posse Comitatus Act. Can't use the military within our borders. But the National Guard is not the military. They're the ones that come in that help clean up after natural disasters, establish crowd control, that sort of thing. So yes, why not? And that idiot fucking Newsom in California, I ain't letting that fucker come here. He can keep his National Guard in D.C. where it belongs. Fuck you, Newsom. And Trump needs to go and arrest every one of these motherfuckers. Arrest fucking Pritzker in Chicago, in Illinois. Arrest the mayor. Arrest Newsom. Any mayor or governor that resists an anti-crime thing should be arrested and charged with treason, because they're obviously not looking out for the best interest of the people they're governing. Yeah, you're right, Dave. They're commie-crats. Fucking asshole. It wouldn't bother me if they took them out and shot them too. Or just deport them, Send them someplace where they'll be right at home, like maybe North Korea, See how they'll do over there. Gutfeld went on Late Night in New York and they interviewed all the liberals going to the show, and none of them know who Gutfeld was. How can anybody not know who Gutfeld is? I like Gutfeld. I think he's cool. But, the fucking liberals, man, it's a disease, We need to classify it as such. Maybe it's a mental illness and get these people some fucking help. And Ray says, LA's mayor always demands to speak to the manager. Yeah, well, she's an idiot too. Or him, or I don't know. Isn't that a woman, isn't it, in LA? Who the hell was that? Can't remember her name now. Some fucking Mexican, I think. Once again, if you have a problem, a crime problem, and the president offers to fix it for you, and you say, oh no, we got it under control, when you clearly don't, that should be illegal. That should be, there's got to be a crime there somewhere, Just fucking nuts. Derek says, at least we have a clue who they are and the things they say. They are completely sheltered by them. Of course they are. and Dave just hit the nail on the head. It is a mental illness. It is. It's all mental illness. I said, if you're running around with a dick thinking you're a woman, you got some mental issues. Oh, Karen Bass, that's right. I couldn't remember that. She's a fucking cunt too. I don't care. And why do they even let women in these pictures? You know? And like I said, I'm not racist, but wherever there seems to be a black mayor, there seems to be crazy crime going on. Is it coincidental? I don't think so. So, you know, until we can find a decent black man to actually run his town correctly, they shouldn't allow them. You want to take that as racist? That's fine. I'm not treating it as such. I'm pointing out a fact. You know, the guy running Chicago is a black mayor. You know, he clearly doesn't know what the fuck he's doing, or he's protecting the brothers. You know, because he knows what's going to happen. If Trump goes in there, was it the south side and the west side of Chicago, mostly black, where all the crime is, and cleans up the place, that means a lot of the brothers are going to prison or wherever he's going to put them, maybe deported. And, you know, the mayor don't want that because, you know, it's like, well, I can't betray the brothers like that. Well, yeah, you can. You know, there's good people in them areas that deserve a nice place to live. You know, they're black people, but they're decent people. They just want to be safe and secure in their homes and their possessions. And you're letting a handful of jackasses terrorize an entire community. I got an issue with that. I guess I never thought of that shit. Well, yeah, because it's the truth, you know. And like I said, I don't say it to be racist. I don't have a problem with the blacks per se. You know, they're like any other race, there's good and there's bad. You know, the bad ones need to be eliminated. And if it were a case in a white town and you had white trash that was causing problems, they need to be eliminated. I'm not favoring anybody. I'm saying anybody that commits crimes needs to be taken out. Plain and simple. Well, you're right about that, John. And I think he's already got plans to send the National Guard to Baltimore. I stopped going to yeah, it's bad. I mean, I went through there once about 20 years ago, I think, and I wasn't impressed. Yeah. And I go armed everywhere. When I travel with my gun, and I don't care whether it's legal or not, you know, because I'm not going to get caught with my pants down. You know, if I think I'm threatened, if somebody's getting shot, and we'll deal with it after the fact. But yeah, Milwaukee's bad. I mean, every state has an area. Like here, you know, Tampa and Orlando are bad. You know, unfortunately, a heavy black population. You know, and they're not the only criminals. Don't get me wrong, but they're the biggest ones that are causing the commotion. You know, right down there, Pogo. The hell, man. Derek says he's thinking about going to Louisiana. Yeah, I mean, wherever the problem is, you know. Rep Mayor inviting him to bring air. There you go. Well, that's what I'm saying. The Republican mayors don't have a problem. The Democrats have a problem. And I was listening to a video earlier on YouTube, and they said this one guy, he's black. He's a former DA from Chicago. And he said the reason why the Democrats don't want Trump and the National Guard there is because they're afraid he'll fix the problem. It'll make them look bad, and their careers will be finished. Well, so be it, you know. If you can't do your job, you get the fuck out, you know. And I never could understand why year after year after year they put the Democrats back in office when they're not doing anything, you know. Yeah, look what Newsom did to California. He destroyed California. And the mayor, Karen Guess, she destroyed L.A., you know. And yet people will vote for them every time their election comes up. They'll get back in. Either they're cheating or the people really are that stupid. I'm not sure which. You know. To me, if like, all right, if, you know, we'll give you your 4 or 6 years. if you ain't, shit doesn't change, you're out of here. We'll get somebody else, you know. But they're not doing that. I don't get it. No, who the hell knows? But like I said, it's coming to a head. I think, like I said, Trump wants to fix things. They're fighting him every step of the way. You know. Now he just did the executive order to. They're not going to use the electronic machines for the midterms, for voting. He wrote an executive order banning them. And he's also made mandatory voter ID. It could be your driver's license, something with your picture on it. Now, the Democrats are having hissy fits over. You can't do that. You don't have the authority. Well, fuck, he doesn't. He's the president. You know, it's unconstitutional. How can it be unconstitutional? You need an ID to buy a pack of fucking cigarettes, but you don't need an ID to vote? You know, come on, really? So, you know, it's clearly they know that once he fixes this, there won't be any more cheating. Especially with the mail-in voting. So, yeah, they're pissed off about it, but I don't think there's a damn thing they can do about it. And any judge that fights him on this should be immediately removed from the bench, disbarred, and possibly jailed for life. You know, this bullshit. Like I said, some fucking federal judge told him that he can't deport Guatemalan children because, well, it's just not right, you know. But they're here illegally. Yes, he can deport them, and he needs to deport them, you know. But some judge put a stop to it, so he's going to fight it, of course, and he'll win, you know. Like they shut down Alligator Alcatraz down here in, you know, Collier County, Florida. And our Governor DeSantis was on TV today saying, "Oh no, we're back in full operation again, because we're fighting this and we'll win." Because some fucking activist federal judge, "Oh no, you can't do that. That's not right." Fuck you, bitch. And they should arrest her and throw her ass in prison because she's guilty of treason. Yeah? Oh, you're right, Derek. We do need voter ID. We should probably have IQ tests for some of the voters, too. If your IQ isn't at least 120, you can't vote. Of course, you know, there'd be a lot of people that'd be shit out of luck because I think they said the average IQ of most minorities is about 85. You know, so I don't know about that, but I mean, but sometimes I wonder, you know, I mean, what are you thinking, you know? And there's just so many things going, because people have been brainwashed to the point that they can't think for themselves anymore, you know. They look for the worst out of everything, you know. I said, Governor Pritzker in Illinois says, well, the reason he wants to bring the National Guard is to take over our state. Take it over for what? What are you going to do with it? You know. He wants to get rid of the crime in your state, you moron. I don't think he wants to own your state. You know. And if he did, he'd have armed National Guard come in. All the National Guard weren't armed in D.C. They won't be armed in Chicago either. You know. They're there to assist with arrest and stuff. And crowd control. So they're using non-lethal weapons. If they wanted to take over your state, they'd go in there and start cutting everybody down, and they'd start with you. Dave said, I saw a libtard activist judge trying to stop Trump that had 4 months tenure. I know. It's ridiculous. You know? Kick them the fuck out, disbar them, remove them from the bench, and throw them in prison. Or deport them. I like that even better. You want to live someplace under communist rule? There are lots of places you can go to. We ain't doing it here. You know? I mean, it is. It's just, every time I hear that shit, I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. I don't really like Trump. I mean, I voted for him all 3 times. I still think he's kind of a, an asshole. But I don't care. If he's doing good for the people, then fine. I'm okay with it. But these fucking Democrats, man, it's like this guy even breathes and they want to throw him out for it. They want to impeach him. Well, he's breaking the rules. What rules is he breaking? Well, all of them. I said, no, name one. They can't because he hasn't done it. Now they're trying to tie him in with Epstein. Oh, yeah, he was involved with Epstein. They even found a witness to say, oh, yeah, they were best buddies. Well, Epstein's dead, can't talk for himself anymore. We don't know who this bitch is that supposedly claimed that. You want to make those accusations, better be able to back it up with physical proof, which she hasn't been able to do so far, because it's all a lie. It's just crazy, man. Derek said, I think he was a district judge and it was because of the sewage runoff. Why didn't Lee Zeldin, head of the EPA, fix it, collect the crap and pump? But that's what they were doing it anyway. They weren't dumping it into the Everglades. They were running sewage trucks in there like 3 or 4 times a day. Water trucks 3 or 4 times a day because they don't have any running water out there either. They had to truck in everything and truck out everything else. What was actually happening? The Democrats are trying to put a stop to deportations. That airstrip has been there since the 1950s. Never once has anybody bitched about the economic impact or anything, or ecological impact or any of that shit. Nobody had a problem with it. Even the Indians didn't have an issue with it. Now, Trump and DeSantis built a little tent area there to house prisoners temporarily till they can be deported. And all of a sudden, oh my God, the world's ending. They're going to destroy the Everglades. The Indians, those are sacred grounds to us. They weren't before, why are they now? And nobody asked the right questions. But that's the truth of it, They just want to stop the deportation. Because remember, the illegals are the voters that the Democrats need to win anything. That's why they brought so many in, because they want to overthrow, Trump, whatever. And in the midterms, they want to take back both houses. They can't do it with Americans because the Republicans outnumber the Democrats by a little bit. I think it's like 51 to 49 or something like that. We still have more of them. And some of the Democrats actually, are conservative, not many of them. So they can't win without the illegals voting, which is illegal too. I agree, John. These pissant judges need a reality check. And the best way to do it, arrest them, disbar them, forbid them from ever serving on the bench for life. Make them get a real job. Yeah, what the hell? And, they tried everything to stop Trump the last 10 years. If he were on a list, they sure as hell would have. Of course they would have. And we all said that and know it because it's the truth. There's no way that he was friends with Epstein. I mean, they were at one time, and then Epstein, I guess, tried to solicit young women at Mar-a-Lago some years back before Trump was president, and Trump threw him out of Mar-a-Lago and said, that's it, don't come back. So, like I said, but the Democrats they're gonna grab at everything they can, so why not? Derek says, true, John, why doesn't the Supreme Court come out immediately when one of these judges does this shit? They already ruled that district court judges can't rule for a whole state or the country. Well, because, unfortunately, the Supreme Court has no balls either. I mean, I asked the same question. Why don't they put a stop to this and enforce it by sanctioning these federal judges or district judges? That was the same with the guns, They came up with, that was the Bruin, United States against Bruin, which pretty much legalizes all the guns. without really any restriction. And New York said, no, fuck you. We're going to do what we want anyway. You know. So New York is still not handing out permits. They're still banning guns here and there. So is California. Well, why doesn't the Supreme Court, don't they have some sort of an enforcement arm? You know, send the federal police out there and arrest these fuckers. Oh, you're not going to do what the Supreme Court says? All right, fine. Do it from jail. Yeah. So, John, if Trump was tied to Epstein, it would have come out last year. Now Bill Clinton. Oh, yeah, I know. Yeah. Now, there's another thing that I'm still curious about. There's rumors, at least on YouTube, that Trump had Obama arrested and Obama is now sitting in jail. There's also another rumor that Big Mike is divorcing Obama. I don't believe any of it, but you never know. Commies and rhinos on the... Well, at least 3 of them anyway. Possibly more. And that's another thing too, you know. And they should be held responsible. If you rule against a constitutional amendment, you should be jailed and disbarred and debenched. You know. I'm saying Second Amendment. I'm pro Second Amendment, obviously. Shall not be infringed. How hard is that to figure out? Every gun law in the books is illegal and unconstitutional. And that's all the Supreme Court has to say. Well, the Second Amendment says your right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, which means you can't touch it. And anybody who does should be arrested and jailed immediately. You know. But the Supreme Court's kind of like, you know, like circus court, man. They come up with these rulings. Everybody says, "Yeah, fuck you, we ain't listening to you." And they get away with it. Well, that ain't right. What's the point of the Supreme Court if nobody's going to adhere to it? And like I said, even they don't adhere to, you know, their job is to interpret and enforce the Constitution and Bill of Rights. They do neither. You know, for years they were, what does the Second Amendment actually mean? Is it just for the militia? No, it says the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Seemed pretty clear cut to me. And I'm no fucking genius, at least I don't think I am. You know, it means hands off. And prior to the NFA, back in the 20s, a 10-year-old could walk into a gun store and buy an automatic Thompson machine gun, which were, I think, $7 at the time, which was crazy money. I mean, he wouldn't do it, but legally he could. Now, do I agree with that? Well, not really, but, you know, once again, that falls back on the parents. You should be keeping an eye on what your kids are buying. But the point being is, you could do it. There was no rules. You had the absolute right to buy any weapon that you can hold. Now, could you buy a nuclear bomb? Well, first off, you wouldn't have the money for it, and it's not something you can hold. Same with a tank. Now, you can buy tanks if they've been, you know, demilitarized, demilled, but you can't own a functional tank. For obvious reasons. It doesn't fall under the Second Amendment because it's not something you can keep and bear. If you bear it, it means you should be able to hold it. Now, is an M60 machine gun legal to own? By all rights, it should be, because you can carry it. I mean, you wouldn't want a weak guy handling it. It'd probably fuck him up there trying to fire it, you know. But, you know, this is the way it was. And then, you know, the NFA came out and said, oh, well, you know, we're going to ban these guns because, you know, gangsters are using them. Why don't you just do something about the gangsters? Once again, don't fuck with the tool, fuck with the idiot using the tool. And did they stop anything? Not really. Mafia still exists, last I looked. Yeah. And now none of us can own a machine gun. Although you can get a machine gun if you get the permit for it, but it's $200 to tax stamp. Problem is the machine gun is about $20,000. You know, that's a lot of fucking money. I can't afford one. I would love to have a Thompson, man. I don't even care if it's fully auto or not. I just love to have one. But I can't even afford a semi. They're about $1,400. Because, you know, I'm Italian and it's kind of it's an Italian thing, you know. I think it's a cool gun because it's 45. And, you know, I like the 45. And I'm thinking, why not, you know. What the hell do I know? Anyway, guys, it's almost 10:30. I got to wrap this up. We'll be out here all fucking night, which I know would be fun, but we can't do it till next week. So I'm going to run the outro, and I want to wish everybody a good night, and be safe over the weekend, and have fun, and play with your trains, if you got them. If you don't got them, get some. And we'll see you next week. We'll see you, man. Here's the outro. Hey, John, I almost forgot. Send me an email with that caboose you want to fix. We'll work something out. I can repair it for you.